Hello everybody, I'm Arglefumph, and today I'm playing King's Quest II, Romancing the Stones. This is going to be an extra long video where I play the entire game all in one video. So I did do like a first playthrough of the game, and boy was that rough, because I could not solve any of the puzzles. I kept getting stuck on everything and getting lost, and then I kept dying and having to re-record videos, so I figured I would just make this video a much cleaner playthrough of the game, because my first playthrough was kind of messy. So this is a remake of the second King's Quest game. They did change a lot of things. I haven't played the original, but it sounds like they added a bunch of stuff to this game, like all the stuff with werewolves, I think. I don't know. The story is that it takes place right after the first game. So, King Graham in the first game, well, he was Sir Graham in the first game. He had to find 3 legendary treasures scattered throughout this fairy tale land called Daventry. He found all the magical items, and now he's the king! And this game has a similar story where he's gonna go to an island called Kalima, which has a bunch of fairy tale magical stuff, and he needs to find 3 specific items there. In this case, it's stones. 3 magic stones is what he needs to do. And yeah, it's a similar setup. Makes sense. Magical, basically sort of the exact same kind of area. You know what? I'm gonna be quiet. They're gonna talk for a while now.
Your Majesty. King Graham?
Yes, Minister,
Gervain, sire.
Of course. My apologies, Gervain.
Not necessary, Your Majesty. After all, I've been your security and defense minister for but a short while.
Yes. Where did you say you were from again?
Just some small, insignificant land to the far south. Pales greatly in comparison to your realm, my lord.
Ah. Do you have something to report?
As a matter of fact, my liege, there's a small concern regarding the duty shifts of some of the castle guards and of the countryside patrols. Also, we are expecting our armed entourage from our nearest neighbor to return within the week. And there is the matter of an alliance with... My liege?
My apologies again, Minister Gervain. Please, continue.
Yes. As I was saying, there is the matter of an alliance with Hesperia. They've become a strong nation now, and it may be prudent to show our willingness to support them, lest they decide we are more of a hindrance than a help.
Does the King Bear have any daughters who've come of age?
I do not believe so, sire. As for the security arrangements for the royal ball held last week, I do believe the evening went by very smoothly. I dare say just about every princess in this region attended, and not one lost slipper, to coin a phrase.
Ugh, please, do not remind me.
Indeed, they were none too fetching. Would you like me to go over your plans for today, my lord? Very well.
Oh, forgive me once again. I am afraid that my mind wanders much these days. I wonder if my predecessor experienced times like these.
No doubt. Though I did not know King Edward the Benevolent personally, I understand he was a happy and astute man during his married life, before his wife passed away, that is. If I may be so bold, perhaps my lord is feeling that certain rooms in his castle are somewhat sparsely filled. The throne room, for example. And other rooms that serve but a single soul, like your dining room and your bed chambers.
You speak out of turn, Gervain!
Perhaps, but I do fear I've met no such candidates that would fill the rooms you have mentioned.
You should not lose heart, Your Majesty. If you pause to reflect for but a moment, you may see clearly what is hidden to others.
So, one of the magical items we found in the first game was the mirror that's on the wall there. It shows the future. It's like a magical mirror. So it's definitely good to use in a situation like this where King Graham needs to find a bride. He needs to get married and have children for the future of his kingdom and the future of the video game series. His children are in all of the sequels.
You gaze into the mirror. The minister's words seem to echo in your head, if you pause to reflect for but a moment. Not that you've been doing much else lately. For many weeks now, you've been reflecting over the direction your life has taken. While Daventry has prospered under your wise leadership, so far your existence has been a dreadfully lonely one. Wait, the mirror is changing. As you watch, you begin to see a series of images, though you struggle to fathom their meaning. You recognize the landscape. It is Kalima, a land not far from Daventry.
We're gonna get a cool animation here. Yeah, so the magical land of Kalima. Graham is going to go there, and he's going to find his lovely bride, Lady Valenice. Now, one thing I would change is, well, two things. Number one, he doesn't know her yet. I think the story would be better if he already knew Lady Valenice. Say he had met her at some point earlier in his life, or at least he recognized her. I feel like that would work better than this story, which is just, he sees a good-looking woman in a tower and goes, "Ho ho, I'm totally gonna marry her!" No, that's creepy, Graham. No. But if he's like, whoa, wait, that's the Princess of Kalima, Valenice. Yeah, I met her 2 years ago at a party. Like, that would have a different effect. I'll talk a little bit more about that, but first we have narration.
You see the most beautiful woman you have ever set eyes upon. Somehow you can feel her sadness and her intense desire to leave that place. She is a prisoner in that tower.
Did you find what you were looking for, sire?
I require my ship ready for transport, Gervain. I shall be going on a trip presently.
Indeed. Where shall I tell the captain you'll be heading?
To Kalima. I have to find someone.
I see. Well, if you must go, it is my duty to ensure that you leave prepared. Arm yourself, sire. I hear Kalima is not the safe haven it once was.
Of course. I shall take the sword of the first king, as is my right.
A wise precaution, sire. And, if I may be so brash to ask, who might you be seeking?
If all goes well, my bride.
That's the official introduction to the game. So I think a lot of fairy tales would be improved if, the prince and princess knew each other ahead of time. This might be a silly example, but the movie Thumbelina, I think they definitely improved the story by having Thumbelina meet the prince, towards the start of the movie instead of meeting him at the very, very end for the first time. Plus, they had a really epic love song. It was great. Oh, and here are the villains. Hagatha and Father.
Sister Hagatha.
How may I be of service?
An opportunity has arisen, sister. I trust you still have your captive held securely away.
Of course.
A bit cruel, keeping her locked away like that. Do you not think?
No. How dare she flaunt her beauty in front of all to see? Her foolish male admirers see her and forget that I was the most beautiful of all in my day.
And in your own special way, you are still beautiful.
You devil!
That is not an unfair description.
Now, you mentioned a service, I believe.
Yes. The King of Daventry has advised his faithful minister that he shall be departing for Kalima presently. On a quest, you might say.
Really? What kind?
The kind that involves sticking his neck out to rescue a damsel in distress.
And what have I to do with his neck?
Put simply, my dear, sever it.
Is that the end of their conversation? That is the end of their conversation. Okay. Let's start the game.
A day's journeying from Daventry has found you by the shores of Colima. Your ship, the Grand Thethor, and its crew have deposited you and will return the day after tomorrow. Hopefully, this will give you enough time to locate and release the imprisoned woman you saw in the magic mirror.
It is a little awkward that he doesn't even know who the woman is. He doesn't even know her name. And I don't think the game is clear on her royal status. Like, she's called Lady Valanice, and I think at one point she's called Princess Valanice, but it's like, what is she, the princess here of Colima? It's like kind of indicated she's the princess of Colima, but we don't really get into the, like, the ruler of Colima stuff until, like, the third part of the game, and it's weird to think how could she fit into that family tree. It's weird. It's weird, and we'll get to that when we get to that. First, let's start the game with a puzzle. We're gonna grab this. We're gonna grab the net.
You untangle the net from the pylon and take it with you.
Good. So with Sister Hagatha and the father, I have not played the first King's Quest 2. I didn't play the original, I've only played this remake, but I can tell that Hagatha was in fact in the original game. I could tell that. And the father was not. I could tell he was not in the original version of the game. And I feel like that's a problem. Maybe it's I just don't like the stuff with the father, but I'm like, yeah, I don't really think he fits in with this game well enough to justify his inclusion. I'm going to guess that he's in, like, King's Quest 5 or something. One of the games I haven't played. Maybe? So this is a puzzle. We have some... Whoa, don't walk on that.
3 gold coins shimmer in a nearby patch of grass. You notice a thick rope dangling loosely against the trunk of the tree. Upon closer inspection, you see that the rope actually runs away from the tree and into the thick grass on the forest floor. This is obviously a trap.
Yeah, it's a trap. Here, let me save my game. I'll show off the violent death if you try to grab this.
Oh no, you've been caught in a trap. Whoever set it will probably return soon.
It's the person who lives in the house there. There he is now.
Marvelous! What a catch! I feel like a bit of target practice.
Graham, say something! Oh!
There are safer ways to trigger a trap, or didn't you notice it?
So violent. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Okay, so the way to not be trapped is to simply cut this rope here. Take that, trap. And as a reward, you get coins.
As you pick up the gold coins, they suddenly turn dark. Now they resemble ordinary metal. Wait a minute. This isn't gold. It's fool's gold.
Oh yeah, so this is all part of a longer optional puzzle to get a fancy trinket. So I think I'll just do that puzzle right now, and I'll show you the optional version of the puzzle. Or I'll show you the optional version right now. Optional version of the puzzle, click here.
You peer into the depths of the dark hole. As luck would have it, you discover a beautiful set of earrings hidden inside. Each one is laced with glittering diamonds and contains a lovely blue sapphire stone in the center. Perhaps someone stashed them here. At any rate, you take them into your possession.
Yep. So that's the easy way to get yourself a gem. The harder way is to set off the trap to get the coins. Oh, I think we also
The
need to
lemons
grab
on the
this.
ground are spoiled. You would do best to pick a fresh one from the nearby tree.
We need a lemon.
You reach out and pluck a large, juicy-looking lemon from the tree.
And I need to find the pumpkins. So the pumpkin screen is like above this one, maybe? Above this one. Here it is. We're going to talk to the pumpkins.
You look for a nice, large pumpkin to take from the patch.
Hey, watch it!
Oh, sorry. I was not aware you could talk.
Likewise. Anyway, be careful where you're treading. You're spoiling the good soil by standing so close. And I got 8 kids to feed.
You glance at the smaller pumpkins. These must be her children.
I only count 7.
Yeah, well, I had 8. Then some strange man who spoke even stranger came by. He claimed to be a horticle, claimed to know a bit about plants. I let him take a look at my little darlings. Anyway, before I knew it, he'd gone and pinched one of my babies. Took off towards the town, he did. Of all the naive. Just because we're plants doesn't mean we don't deserve any respect.
I am sure that is true.
Okay, so we have the puzzle to solve. We have lots of puzzles to solve in this game. We have a puzzle to find that baby pumpkin. And it's going to be in the town over here. I can press the escape button to skip that long walking scene. Actually, I can just use escape to skip walking too, and make him go a bit faster. Yeah, there we go. Oh, that's so much faster. That's so much faster. And even then, I can press escape to skip the walking scenes. So here's the merchant.
You see a man bending over the fountain. He appears to be trying to retrieve something from it.
Aha! Got him.
What a greedy guy, just stealing coins from a fountain.
A small pumpkin sits in a bowl nearby.
So this is the pumpkin.
You say a few words to the small pumpkin. To your astonishment, it replies.
Mama?
No. Sorry.
Mama?
No. Sorry.
What a cute pumpkin.
Repressing the urge to burst into song.
No. I was not clicking on Graham. I was trying to click on the merchant here. Merchant.
Greetings, merchant.
Ah, to you, good day. Shh. A visitor arrived new, no? A sense I possess for these things. Need you have for my wares of great specialty?
Perhaps. But first, I'm curious. Where did you come by such a pumpkin?
Eyes quite keen, have you? Indeed, a specimen unique it is.
Be quiet.
The gift of speech among plants so rare, yes?
Quite so. Are you planning to sell it?
Sell? Never would I sell such a thing as this.
It'll make me incredibly rich.
I mean, entrusted it was to my care. Watch over it, I must.
Mama! Take me back to my mama!
Forget it. I'm not taking you back to that patch. So pipe down.
Pardon?
Ah, of importance I speak not. Trouble to your ears I meant none.
Yeah, so this guy is a scumbag, stealing pumpkins, putting on a fake accent. So we're gonna fool him by putting coins in the fountain.
The fool's gold again shines the instant the coins leave your hand.
And you have to tell him about it.
3 coins in the fountain.
What? Let me see.
And now I can steal the pumpkin back. And that's basically it. I'm going to take the pumpkin back to the mama. So it's not that far away, right over here. Here you go, Mom. Here's your pumpkin.
My baby!
Aww, it's so sweet.
Thank you,
Graham.
Thank you, Graham. Here, take this. Maybe this useless trinket of Haggadis will be of some use to you. Serves you right for not enabling me to protect my kids.
The pumpkin hands you a gold brooch with a beautiful blue sapphire.
Yep. So, that's the other way to get a blue gem, is you look in the log or you do that puzzle with the pumpkin. So obviously it's a lot faster to look in the log, but we do get points in this game. You get more points for solving the more difficult puzzle. And there are several puzzles in this game that you have multiple options for. So here's another puzzle.
Is there anything more I can do for you?
Me thirsty, Mama. Now that you mention it, my baby is feeling a bit poorly. After all, living in a bowl ain't too good for your health, you know.
No, I did not know that. What would make your baby feel better?
Fresh water, naturally.
Of course.
Not too sweet, though. In fact, the more bitter the better. My children are very particular about what they drink.
I will see what I can do.
Bitter is better. So now we're just going to go straight south, I believe. There's the house of the dwarf.
You have come upon a quick little dwarf.
Oh, no!
Dwarves have a bad reputation for stealing treasure. Be careful.
I'm going to escape, though, so I'm fine. That dwarf was in the first King's Quest game, unless I'm mistaken, in like the underground cave areas that led to the high in the sky area. I'm trying to remember. It was very bad. It was very bad. That dwarf would rob you, and it's just a mean, mean dwarf. And it has returned to do evil stuff in this game.
You fill the bowl with the fresh spring water.
Yeah, later on, well, okay, I won't spoil what's going to happen with the dwarf later on. So I grab the spring
You
water
cut the
here.
lemon with your sword and watch the juice run out.
Oh, am I supposed to just use the lemon on the water then?
After using your sword to cut
There
the
we go,
lemon's
that's
surface, you squeeze some of its juice into the bowl. Then you discard the lemon.
Sometimes I have trouble figuring out just the interface with puzzles sometimes in this series, and adventure games in general. This is not like the only game where I get confused between the difference between look and use. Yeah, so if you want to read a book, my brain says, look at the book, use the eyeball, that's how you read a book. But no, it's use the book. You need to have use book as your icon. And that just trips me up a lot.
You pour the bitter water over the baby pumpkin. It seems to like that.
Thank you again, Graham. Here, take this.
The pumpkin reaches into her head and pulls out a candle, which she then hands to you.
That thing has been jammed in my head for as long as I can remember. I know it ain't much, but maybe you'll find some use for it.
Thank you.
Don't mention it. Besides, it's really hard for me to sleep with that thing lit up inside my head all night.
All right, so that's it.
A word of warning. Haggatha has been talking about you. I heard her mention your name while she was muttering to herself. She does that when she's inspected her valuables. Anyway, I'd stay clear out of her way if I were you.
I appreciate the advice. Will Haggatha not be angered when she discovers you've given your candle away?
What's she gonna do? Turn me into a pumpkin?
Good point.
Besides, I could just blame the dwarf. He's earned himself a bad reputation from the day he moved here. Pity no one can catch him, not even Haggatha.
Yeah, so, I mean, we got a little bit of discussion of Haggatha there. But we don't actually see her until, like, the final... well, we're not going to see her again for a while. Yeah, we did see her at, like, the opening scene, but I feel like she could have been more integrated into the story here. Instead, this first part of the game, we haven't even gotten to the part where we talk about the parts yet. I'm sorry.
You have run into an evil enchanter. Get out of here fast before he turns you into something.
Just leave the screen. That's how you escape. It's not that tough of a puzzle. All right, so let's get to the main story. The main story, what you're supposed to do here is just go to the bottom right-hand corner of Kalima Island and check out this.
Incredible. The door you have discovered has taken on the appearance of a face. It is silent, however, and almost seems to be waiting for something.
Talk to it.
Greetings. I am King Graham of Daventry. Would you by any chance know of the way to a strange island on which stands a quartz tower in which a beautiful woman is being held captive?
You feel more than a little foolish. Surely a door, even one with a face, would neither hear nor understand you.
I am the door of destiny. I am sought out by many, found by few, and opened by none so far. For indeed, only once can I be opened. Such is the magic that I am. Through me will you find the destiny you seek, if you cannot perform a task.
Anything!
You feel intense exuberance that you have come so close to your goal in such a short time.
You must bring me the gems of nature.
I beg your pardon?
The stone door rumbles from deep within. For a time, it says nothing. And then...
Gems of 3 I ask of thee to fetch, collect, and bring to me. In water shall you find the first, though not the type to quench your thirst. Spy the second, high in the sky, with wings or no, thou still must fly. Through swampy mire, so it is heard, in lone dark castle lies the third. Should you succeed, my noble king, to your fair maiden I will bring. I warn you though, you should beware, a danger cloaked awaits you there.
Without warning, the stony face falls silent. As you watch, it gradually smooths out to become the mountainside face once more.
So that's our quest. Our 3 parts are to find those 3 magical stones.
You notice that, within the door, 3 shallow indentations have sunk into the rock's surface. Presumably, the 3 gems of nature must fit here. Now all you have to do is find them. How did that poem go again?
So our first one is has nothing to do with Hagatha. Hagatha doesn't show up until the second one. And so you can go 2 hours without really knowing anything about Hagatha, who is going to be our main villain for this game.
A piece of paper has blown here in the wind.
All right, so this is cool.
The paper is torn and dirty. It looks like a flyer of some sort. You smooth out the torn and tattered paper and read, "Curios I have, to the town do come, awaiting I am."
And this is a thing with that merchant we saw earlier, but that paper does not show up until you talk to the door. So let's go to town. The merchant has the new special item. Oh, and we want to look inside here.
When you peer into the hole of the pine tree, you see a mallet lying there. You pick it up and take it with you.
Again, the eyeball is not look into it. The hand is look into it. And that just confuses me. Oh, well. So now we can talk to him about his new thing for sale.
Greetings again, merchant.
Yes, many greetings. Need you have now for my wares of great specialty?
What wares do you sell, good merchant?
For yourself, behold them.
You look over the merchant's wares of great specialty. and quickly reevaluate them as junk.
You seem to have quite a selection of, well, quite a selection.
A keen eye have you. In an item or two provoke interest, I might?
A daunting task. Rather, by all means.
This I have.
You appraise the object he holds up to you. It is a simple shell, intricately fashioned into the shape of a comb. The workmanship is unlike anything you have ever seen.
Fascinating. Where did you find such a thing?
Oh, old it is. From ancient times descends. Valuable, without question. Royal property, former, to be sure.
You consider his story. Then you begin wondering which beach he found it on.
If I were to, say, purchase the shell, what would it cost?
A trifle would you expend. 7 golds.
I fear that I did not bring any money.
Curiosity, I find, in one who travels but with nothing to barter brings.
Good point.
Might you trade the shell comb for something?
The merchant ponders over this for a moment.
Of value, many things are. Of fancy, only one I have.
And that is?
Pearls. From curiosity, have you knowledge of the speaking pumpkin that once sat here? Misplaced it has become.
Speaking pumpkin? Oh, that. No, I do not see it anywhere. Sorry.
You do not feel like doing business with the merchant at the moment, and you do not have anything else to say. Yet.
Yeah, so the merchant wants a pearl, we can get a pearl, and then give it to the merchant for a comb. We also have this library here.
There appears to be a sign on the door, but you need to get closer to read it.
So this is going to be a library puzzle, and all the library stuff is optional, actually. It's just all optional.
The door is plain and has a mail slot. It also has a sign posted on it. You read it.
It says that the man who lives in this house is now deceased.
You also notice something sticking out from under the door.
Underneath the door, he has an item. We are going to use the sword to get it. You have to use it in a specific spot here.
Brandishing your sword might...
I think.
Brandishing your...
Okay, no,
Making
it's
sure
higher
that
on
no
the
one is
door.
watching, you slide your thin blade under the door and draw out what appears to be a letter.
Now we're going to read the letter.
You open the letter and read it. Dear applicant, please find enclosed the library membership card to which you are now entitled. The 5-year application process has concluded, and we are pleased to inform you that your status as a member of the town library is confirmed. Welcome to an exclusive group of patrons. Yours sincerely, Town Librarian. P.S. Please sign your name on the card to ensure validation.
So we're going to go to the library. And the puzzle is we're going to have to use this on the on this pen and ink when the librarian looks away. Ah, she looked away.
You quickly grab the quill while the librarian isn't looking and sign your name on the blank library card. You replace the quill before the librarian notices it missing.
Alright, and now I can just use the card on her.
Will you accept this?
Yes, you are younger than I expected.
I eat well and get a lot of exercise.
I see.
So, what do I do now?
Borrow.
You mean I can take books from this library?
No.
Oh.
Well then what can I do?
Yes?
Could you recommend a good book?
Yeah, I think she has a different book for each part of the game.
There.
This book is entitled Way Below Your League, a look at sentient aquatic life. Browsing through it, you notice an interesting excerpt.
So is this about going under the sea where we have mer people, and that's what the main area... We've got King Neptune, who's the leader of the mer people, and he's having troubles with the sharkies. So I'm told, like, the sharky stuff was all made up for this remake of the game. There could have been mermaid stuff in the original version of the game. It feels like that would fit. Alright. We can't go anywhere else in town.
The town continues to the north away, but you are not interested in what lies in that direction.
In part 2, we'll be able to
The sign
here.
atop the store simply says, A.
We'll be able to go inside the antique store.
The door is locked. A sign next to it reads, Open from noon till sunset. The sun's position in the sky indicates it is currently midday. The owner must not be an early riser.
Let's take a look at this.
A tall statue of a man stands prominently at the entrance of town. It looks to have been placed here quite a number of years ago. The statue bears a plaque which reads, Count Kaldor, ruler and protector of Kolyma.
Yeah, we'll be running into this character in part 3.
A tall statue.
And that's where I say it gets confusing whether or not Valanice is a princess, because we've got a count that's running this island. Like, the count is the ruler, so, like, and she's not his daughter. Like, she's not at all related to him, so how is she still a princess? I feel like that's probably why she's called Lady Valanice in places. Still, yeah, I don't know. Maybe she's not originally from this land.
The church door is made of very thick wood held together by iron bars.
Now, the church doesn't open until part 3 of the game. That's just completely closed off until part 3. Same with the dwarf's house. The dwarf's house is closed off to us until part 3. So let me go south. This house right here. Yeah, that's closed off.
You have come upon a quick
jeez.
little...
Okay, I managed to escape. That's closed off until part 3, and then the other house, the one that's really easy to notice because it's like right here towards the start of the game. Grandma's house, the little Red Riding Hood house. This is also closed off until part 3. That's just the gripe I have against the game. I kind of wish that everything had been open at the start. That's all. That's all. Kind of wish the game was done that way. Oh, and we have a mermaid. Check it out, we have a lovely mermaid.
A mermaid basks on a nearby rock. Her long flowing hair extends over most of her upper body. The green scales on her lower body sparkle as she basks in the sun.
She doesn't speak English, though.
You say a few words to the mermaid. It quickly becomes apparent to you that she cannot understand your strange speech, let alone speak it.
Oh, well, we could have been friends.
The fallen picket feels reasonably sturdy and is pointed at one end. Believing that you may find a use for it, you retrieve it and carry it with you.
This is an optional item. I'm not sure what it's used for.
As you walk towards the mermaid, she tenses suddenly. Clearly, while she finds you to be a somewhat interesting and perhaps amusing creature, she still does not trust you in the slightest.
Mermaid doesn't trust me. Well, that's sad. I don't know what the picket is for. I think that, like, any puzzle that you can use the picket on doubles as a puzzle that you can use your sword on. And there should be a little girl here. I don't see her. The mermaid does not show up until you talk to the Door of Destiny, just like that one letter by the bridge. Like, those are things that do not show up until you talk to the Door of Destiny. And I did get stuck when I first played the game, because I was like, hey, where's this mermaid? It's supposed to be here. That's what all the guides say. And the mermaid wasn't there.
You look under the log and discover a clam lying beneath it. You pick it up.
I did have to check multiple guides just to get through this game. That's how tough it is. Okay, so you want to use the clam?
You open the clam and discover, to your surprise, a dazzling pearl.
And that gives us a dazzling pearl. Beautiful. Where is that little girl? Maybe she's on a different screen. Maybe she's here. No. This is Hagatha's cave. Maybe she's north of the cave. Sorry, I skipped narration. It's very easy to, like, accidentally skip narration in this game. There's a lot of narration. This is a swamp. To get through the swamp, it's a maze. It's a maze puzzle. And, yeah, it's kind of a tough maze puzzle. I wish there was like an escape button on the swamp. That would make it a little bit easier. But yeah, when you walk into the swamp, you're going to be stuck in a maze. So we don't have... Oh, there she is! Okay, there she is. Okay, let's talk to her.
Repressing the...
No, I'm not singing. I'm talking.
Hello, who are you?
My name is Graham. What is yours?
Possum. That is what my grandma calls me. She is not at all well these days. I was collecting flowers for her, but now I cannot anymore.
Why is that?
My basket is missing. I've looked everywhere for it. It must be around here somewhere.
I will keep my eye out for it.
Thank you, Graham.
So, on the topic of, like, puzzles and when they can be solved, this is a puzzle for part 2 of the game, but we can solve it here at the start. I mean, you can solve it at the start before even officially starting part 1. Yeah, before meeting the Door of Destiny. Same with this. This is also a puzzle for part 2 that we can solve at the start of the game before meeting the Door of Destiny. Yeah. So I don't know why some puzzles are open, you know, even though they're not, you know,
you walk into position and try to catch the baby bird.
Whereas other things are just completely closed off.
You throw the net over the pond, and the baby bird is caught unharmed.
All right, so I just caught the duckling using the net. That's cool. And then I'm going to take it to a pond here. Oh, there's the basket.
You take the basket.
I found the basket for Possum. That's good. That's good. Let's see, where is the pond? Here it is. Okay, so here's the pond. We're going to use the ugly duckling on the pond. And that will give us a feather.
You release the little bird into the pond.
Aww. So I'm going to grab that.
You pick up the white feather and put it carefully away.
The feather is a good feather. Yeah. We need it for part 2, like I said. Just like with a possum, the item we get from her is going to be a part 2 item. Alrighty.
You hand the basket to Possum.
Thank you, kind sir. Please take this flower. I'm afraid it's all I have to give you.
It is more than enough. I notice that you have picked only yellow flowers.
Of course. Is it not customary for one to pick yellow flowers for another who's gravely ill?
Certainly it is. I'm sorry to hear about your grandma, Possum.
Thank you. Goodbye.
We'll see Possum and her grandmother in part 3, because we can't go to Grandma's house quite yet. Not yet, not yet. It's locked off. I mean, I already showed you that house, right? It was this one over here. Yeah, that house, that house. Like, we can't go inside. Can't go inside. Won't be able to see it for a while. Alrighty, so what was I doing? I just grabbed the pearl. I am going to use the pearl by giving it to the merchant. Yeah, there we go, there we go. I do wish, like I've got all the stuff for part 2 right now. Like, I could solve all of the puzzles in part 2. Oh, wait, no, I'm missing one item. Yeah, fine, then I guess. I'll just wait. I have all the stuff for the Enchanter's Cave puzzle. Yeah, and I feel like that's why, those were the puzzles that we could solve. It's the Enchanter's Cave. Oh yeah, and we have a puzzle there too. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. Pearl on Merchant here. Let's officially start part 1, even though we've already started.
Would you be interested in this pearl?
Indeed, I would. In return, the shell I present to you. May you be always groomed well.
The merchant grabs the pearl and tosses the shell comb to you. Then he saunters off. History will decide how greatly you were just swindled.
Oh, what a beauty. This'll be worth a fortune back home.
And yes, that we're going to use that on the mermaid. We're going to use that on the mermaid, so let's go all the way back to the mermaid, and that's going to begin the underwater section. And that feels like the official start of part 1. Yeah, part 1 is pretty separate from the others because most of it takes place underwater. Yeah, and we can't, like, go back to town and visit. Like, we have to do the entire underwater section by itself. So it is definitely a separate, by itself section. And there's pluses and minuses with that. It's like, well, I can't have, I forgot an item back in town that I need to go back and get. You don't have to worry about that. Yeah, that's good. The downside, like, none of the characters in town are going to have any effect on this. Like, the Sister Hagatha, the villain of the game, is just going to be completely gone and absent. And I don't think she even has any knowledge that Graham has arrived and is solving puzzles in the underwater kingdom.
You hold out the shell comb in your hand. Clear recognition shines from the mermaid's delicate features. She hesitates a moment, then cautiously extends her arm, hands open expectantly. You gently place the shell comb in her palm. The mermaid examines it and smiles. She removes an opal necklace from around her neck and hands it to you. After a moment of admiring her once-lost possession, she looks at you with anticipation. You attempt to charade the act of going underwater to the mermaid. She regards you with a look of puzzlement. Just when the whole demonstration becomes too embarrassing to continue, she suddenly dives into the sea and swims right up to you. After giving you a rather intense kiss, the mermaid dives under the water again. You wonder where she has disappeared to. Then suddenly, you feel a pulling at your legs. The mermaid holds on to you, keeping you from resurfacing. You struggle instinctively while trying to hold your breath, but she will not let go. You know you are going to black out soon. Wait a minute, you're still breathing. How can this be? Could it have been the mermaid's kiss? Speaking of which, where has she gone to this time?
Yep, I can magically survive underwater now. Thank you, mermaid kiss. Kind of surprised we never talked to the mermaid after that. Like, weird. Yeah, she's just there for a puzzle.
Well, this is a new experience. The seahorse willingly allows you to climb upon its back. You slide into the little saddle and take up the reins in your hands. You just hope this creature knows where it is taking you.
It would be nice to talk to her and have some puzzles with her. But on the other hand,
After a time of traveling through ever-deepening water, you arrive at a massive stone archway. Passing through it, you notice it is covered with many different intricate symbols, none of which you recognize. Mer writing, perhaps? As you emerge on the other side of the arch, a grand sight greets your eyes. You have entered an aquatic throne room. As one would expect, such a place has a throne of sorts. But what you see seated in it takes your breath away, if that still applies. It is unmistakably the ruler of the Mer people, the king of this watery world. Known by many names, Neptune is the one by which he is best known to your kind.
Because this underwater section is all set off by itself, it kind of makes sense that we don't see the mermaid again, because we wouldn't be able to interact with her for the rest of the game. She's underwater the whole time. And now we're just going to forget about her completely and talk to King Neptune instead.
You bow before the king. He returns the gesture with a lowering of his own head. You open your mouth to speak, but only a bubble emerges. It begins floating up to the surface. You watch as your air bubble divides in two. Incredibly, each half maintains its semi-spherical shape. You take the half bubbles in your hands and position them respectively near your mouth and ear. A deep, elegant voice instantly booms from them.
You are welcome here, human.
Thank you. I am King Graham of Daventry.
Your courtesy depicts your stature. What is it you seek here?
You explain that you are seeking the 3 gems of nature, and that you believe one of them to be somewhere in this realm. You demonstrate the approximate size and shape of the gem, then mention the Door of Destiny and what you hope to find on the other side.
I do have that which you are seeking, and know of the Door of Destiny. It is very old. Its origin is known to but a few. What I possess was known to the ancients as the Birth Gem. In the realm of the Merpeople, it is called the Water Gem, for without water, life cannot begin.
Might I have this gem, Your Majesty?
I shall let you have the gem, but first I must ask you to earn it by way of performing a service for me.
You are about to say anything, but then remember what you heard the last time you said that word to the stone door. Instead, you just nod and allow Neptune to continue.
My trident, the symbol of my power and the strength of my people, has been stolen.
A faint mumbling can be heard through the ear half of your bubble. This event is obviously of concern to those in attendance.
It is believed that one of our allies and neighbors have taken advantage of the Merpeople's kindness, and that their own king now has possession of the trident. If you can reclaim it in the name of the Merpeople, I will grant you ownership of the Water Gem. Will you do this, King Graham?
The murmuring has stopped. All are awaiting your response.
I would be honored to reclaim your trident, Your Majesty.
My sentries will escort you to the border between our 2 kingdoms. You may continue to use that steed to hasten your journey. It is my best. My sincerest hopes that you do not fall victim to the Sharkies.
As you prepare yourself for this new quest, a sudden pang of apprehension seizes you. Did the king just say Sharkies, as in sharks?
He certainly did, Graham.
Your Majesty, is there anything you can tell me about the Sharkies?
They are large, fierce, and carnivorous.
Anything else?
They are always hungry.
Anything that might be of benefit?
Like something to help you live longer?
I do recall that they have poorer vision than we Merpeople do, as they dwell in the darker waters.
So I might have a chance were I to encounter one.
You can always hope.
That was not inspiring.
So I think that's it?
Why was your trident stolen?
That is a matter of great concern to me. Should the Sharky King determine the trident's nature, he would assuredly bring about the deaths of countless Merpeople.
I shall return as soon as I am able, Your Majesty.
Good luck.
As you depart the underwater kingdom, you see 2 guards waiting to escort you to the Sharkies' realm.
Here we go. Almost there.
The sentries swiftly guide you along the bottom of the seabed, descending into much darker, colder water. After keeping pace with them for what seems like an eternity, you notice a forebodingly dark area looming closer and closer. You have arrived at the border of the Sharkies' kingdom. This is as far as the sentries will take you. One of the guards salutes you. Then they both head back to the safety of their own waters. You're on your own from here, Graham.
Gosh, so how long was it?
Those guards were sure in a big hurry to get out of here.
How long was it before we actually got to this part of the challenge? This is the first time in the Underwater Kingdom where we can actually move around and do stuff. The stuff with the mermaid was just like our introduction to the king, and then the king talked for an awful long time, too. Those are sharkies. Yeah, those sharkies are dangerous. No, 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 no. Escape, Graham. Escape. So here we go. This is not where we want to be. We want to be somewhere else. I got eaten. Yeah.
You saw a sharky in the sea. He quickly made a meal of thee. If you want your life prolonged, next time don't delay so long.
How long was I... Like, that was not a very long time before I got eaten. Here we go. This is where I wanted to go. I need to start by going here on my seahorse, and then grabbing this.
Examining the heavily waterlogged remnants of the vessel, you notice an old antique bottle, half buried in the sand. With great difficulty, you lean over in your saddle and manage to scoop it up.
There's a cloth inside it, so we need to open it to get the cloth.
You remove the...
We're also going to... Oh, there's an actual shark. What was I about to say? Well, the cloth will be used again. We need to use the bottle now. Take a look at this.
These small luminescent fish are feeding on a strange-looking plant.
So we want to get into a dark area.
You need to get...
What we have to do is use our bottle in conjunction with the plant. So we're just going to rip out the plant.
You lean over and pick some of the grass, which grows in between the rocks.
We're going to use that on the bottle.
You stuff the sugary grass into the empty bottle and push it all the way to the bottom.
Then we're going to use the bottle here to get the fish.
You can't use the... You place the baited bottle on the seabed, close to the luminescent fish. A few of the glowing fish are now swimming around inside the bottle.
Now we have a glow-in-the-dark
You
bottle.
take the bottle.
Cool. Unless I'm mistaken, we're only using the bottle in, like, this area. Once we're finished with the Sharky area, King Graham is just gonna throw out the glow-in-the-dark bottle. Graham! Silly him. So here's the puzzle. Do you notice something about the fish? Something about the fish.
I'm
trying to click on the fish.
You can't be sure, but there seems to be something odd about this fish's swimming patterns.
So here's the odd thing. The fish is able to swim right through this rock.
The western wall is but an illusion. You easily pass through it into a series of caves and tunnels on the other side.
Neat. So now we have a little maze. It's really not that bad. It's pretty easy. Go left all the way, and then you go right all the way. Here we go. Now we're going right. With this door, shell door. So let's see, can I open it with my pick?
This old stake would not be sturdy.
Yes, but my sword is sturdy enough.
You slide your blade through a small gap in the door and pull with all your might. It is difficult handling your weapon underwater, and you realize that combat will not be an option. So if it ever comes to that, you're in big trouble.
An ominous warning right before a section.
As you open the door, ample light floods into the underwater cave, and you are now able to make your way around without the glowing fish.
Alrighty, Time to swim to the Sharky throne room. We're gonna have a long cutscene here. Look at them all, they're sharks.
No, the seahorse has followed you. Let's hope it doesn't give your presence away. You are safely concealed behind the remnants of a stone archway. This is fortunate, as the king of the Sharkies is also here. Aside from his menacing appearance, he also seems to be in a very bad mood.
I do not understand it. It should work for me. Is it not written that Trident's power can only be wielded by those of goodwill? Well, is it not?
The king's aides nod fervently.
And do I not possess the greatest will in this kingdom? No one can best me in battle. My resolve is unshakable. No amount of pleading can dissuade me from slaughtering my enemies. Does this not signify that my will is the best there is?
The Sharky King's aides seem all too willing to agree.
Then why does it not work?
You watch carefully as the Sharky King taps 4 shells in order around the arch.
Okay, that one. Uh-oh! Oh no! 4116? I think that was it. 4116. Counting from the top, but not counting the top one.
It matters not. Tomorrow we invade the Mer People's territory. For without the Trident's power, that old fool Neptune and his weakling followers will fall before our might. Goodwill. Ha! Mine is superior to all.
As he leaves, the Sharky King motions for his guards to remain.
Okay, so now we're gonna be mean to the poor seahorse and just slap it.
Having an idea, you approach your somewhat reluctant steed and slap him hard on the back. Look at him go. The guards are momentarily distracted. Now is your chance.
Basically sentencing our poor seahorse to death. Poor little guy. Like, he didn't do anything wrong. Okay, so 1, 2, 3.
You push on the
4.
shell. It moves back slightly into the wall.
1, and then 6. Nope. Okay, 3, 1, 6. That was it. Don't know how I switched from 3 to 4. That's a mistake on my part.
Without delay, you snatch up the trident before the guards return to their posts.
And now I just swim to safety.
It appears as if the guards are losing interest in the seahorse. You had better get out of here quickly.
Go on, get out of here. So you swim down here.
Oh no, the seahorse has followed you all the way back to the secret entrance. The guards are sure to discover you now.
What was your plan, Graham? Were you just gonna, like, raise the seashell entrance and trap the seahorse inside? Because that would be mean.
You remount the seahorse.
That would be mean. I'm glad we saved the seahorse.
Your seahorse glides onward, flicking its little tail faster than ever. You grip the reins tightly, glancing nervously over your shoulder every so often to check for pursuing sentries. As you make distance, your anxiety melts into relief. But it is to be short-lived.
So, we get a fun arcade sequence. Let's play it. This is easy. You just go left or right to dodge the arrows. I mean, that arrow's so far away, I don't even have to dodge. That one, too. Okay, this time I will dodge. That arrow did get a little close. Alrighty. Whoa, look out, look out. That one's safe. It'll miss me. Oh, jeez. You you can only get hit like a few times before you die. Sorry I messed up there. Looks like they're about to get me. Don't worry, I'm safe.
Finally,
I think I'm
you
safe.
see the light at the end of the tunnel. You quickly make a dash for the exit. As you emerge, you realize you have only seconds before the guards come out after you. And even if you could outrun them, you're sure the commotion would attract the sentry's attention. Then you'd be in real trouble. Suddenly, you hear a strange voice in your head.
He of noble and goodwill, royal trident thou may wield.
Simple. Use the trident here on the wall.
You wonder what that did, if anything at all. Oh.
Alright, so we got the trident. Now we just need to go back to King Neptune and we'll get the water gem, or the birth gem as Neptune calls it. And then we're done with part 1. Of course, we're going to have a kind of a long scene. And then we'll be done with part 1. We'll get to move on to part 2. Oh, geez. Yeah, we still need to dodge those sharkies, yeah. Not the sharks, just the sharkies. Excuse me, I am trying to click up here. Seahorse. And now I think I have to go to the right all the way. It is the upper right-hand corner that we're going for. Not the actual corner, but close to it. Because I think I can go up one more screen here, because that's where we had that sunken ship that we saw earlier. Here we go, this is it. Oh, come on, Graham. Really?
The trident guides you back to Neptune's realm.
I really don't like it when he gets stuck on the side of the screen instead of just moving on to the next screen. No, I was clicking on the next screen, not the very edge of this one. Silly Graham.
You approach the king. He smiles and graciously accepts his trident from you. Then he calls everyone to attention.
To commemorate the return of my trident, and to honor King Graham's success, I hereby call for a celebration.
Yeah, party time!
The celebration lasts for some time. You eat, drink, and have a merry time with many of the mer people. After a few hours, the festivities wind down, and you finally have a chance to speak with Neptune alone.
The gems of nature represent the 3 stages of life. Water gives birth to life, and thus what I have given you is the first of 3. Second is the growth gem, or air gem, for air sustains life and permits it to grow.
How might I find the growth gem?
I know only that its location is as far above the surface of the land as we are below it. Beyond that, I cannot aid you.
A smirk crosses Neptune's face momentarily.
You might say that air is not exactly my element.
You decide that the beverages consumed were to blame for that one.
And the third gem, Your Majesty?
Third is the death gem. The completion of life and the natural order of things. The Door of Destiny understands this now, as did the ancients who imprisoned the soul within. As for that gem's location, I had hoped you would have no business venturing to the castle. Colima was once ruled from that place, but sadly her people have not seen their lord for quite some time.
How long a time?
Oh, a good 4, maybe 5 decades.
Decades? Surely then...
If you please, I would prefer not to dwell upon this subject. You have done me a great service this day, and I thank you. Good luck, King Graham, and good speed.
I think there's an arrow on your cursor during those scenes where you can press escape to skip to the end of the scene.
You depart the underwater kingdom and head back towards the surface. What an incredible experience. You are certain you'll never forget the adventure you just had. Additionally, you have acquired one of the gems. As you resurface, you realize that the magic which allowed you to breathe underwater has now subsided.
Woohoo! Alright, part 2 now. So we start part 2 by going to the antique store, because now it's open. Alrighty. It's in the town. I do wish there was a fast travel option. That would be nice. So it kind of mentioned something at the end, like this guy, the Count, hasn't been seen in like 40, 50 years.
A tall statue of a man stands prominently at the entrance of town. It looks to have been placed here quite a number of years ago. The statue bears a plaque which reads...
Okay, I clicked on that earlier. Anyway, it's like, who's been in charge of Kalima for the past 40 to 50 years while the Count's just been hiding in the castle? I don't know, and I want to know because presumably that's how Lady Valenice is the princess of the land. Like, whoever was the temporary ruler, you know, was in charge. I don't know. Let's talk to this woman here.
Good afternoon. What can I do for you, dear?
Hello. Do you sell anything that would aid an ascent up a mountain?
Unfortunately, I do not sell climbing equipment, or anything of that sort. This is really a specialist store.
Oh.
However, I do have an item which you might find useful. This lamp is said to contain a genie. Never tried it myself, of course. I do not believe in using magic to solve my problems. Nature has made us as we are, and we should be glad of that.
Uh-huh. How much for the lamp?
The old lady hesitates. You sense she wants more from you than your money. You hope it is not anything that you will regret.
Well, seeing as how you are a man who seems adept at taking care of himself, perhaps you could do a small favor for me?
Somehow, you knew she was going to say that.
I once owned a beautiful nightingale, quite rare around here, but the sentimental value far outweighs its monetary worth. That foul old witch Hagatha has stolen it from me, probably to use in some concoction or another.
Her nose screws up in disgust.
So, if you could be a sweetie and retrieve it for me, I will trade you. The lamp for the bird. Agreed?
Well, I will see what I can do.
Do be careful. If Hagatha should spot you out of her good eye, then you'll be in for it.
Alrighty, so now we finally get to have a story with Hagatha. You know, Hagatha and the father are the main villains who have been trying to kill Graham all along. Notice that she's made 0 attempts on Graham's life so far, making her a rather ineffective villain. I'm going to use the cloth over here. Oh wait, I think I need to use this first before I can use the cloth.
Hey!
What? Who said that?
I did.
Huh?
I'm down here, in the hay.
Oh. Well, who are you?
My name is,
Yes?
I can't seem to remember.
Well then, what are you?
Oh, I'm
Yes?
Can't seem to remember that either.
Well, what are you doing in this haystack?
That's easy. I was looking for... Oh.
You can't remember?
No. Sorry.
How long have you been in there?
Let's see. It couldn't be longer than...
Yes?
3, maybe 4 weeks?
Weeks?
Yep.
Pardon me for saying, but you sound as if you have a bit of a cold.
Yes. It's all this hay. It's giving me hay fever.
Hay fever. Get it? Okay, so use the cloth on this character.
Here. This might help your sneezing.
Oh, thanks.
Gross.
Here, you can have this back now.
You retrieve the partially used cloth from the haystack.
Feel better?
Yeah, it's so good to be able to
And here we go.
You take the silver needle.
It's the needle in the haystack. The proverbial needle in the haystack. Good. So, that was a puzzle. I wonder if that is a character from one of the other King's Quest games I'm supposed to recognize. That was kind of funny dialogue. Yeah. Alright, so now we're going to go to Hagatha's cave to get the nightingale. So it's here. Here it is. Here it is. And this is going to be a bit of a puzzle, too.
It is a human skull with a radiant blue stone wedged into its eye socket.
Thank you very much, Mr. Narrator. Narrator does a great job. What I want to do is take the blue gem and put it in the eye socket of the other skull.
As you attempt to place the birth gem into the skull, you discover that it does not fit properly. Instead, it juts out uselessly like a bulging eyeball.
You can kind of tell that this and the previous game were like text parser games in their original incarnations. So there was a lot of typing and a lot of text. And you could kind of tell that it was a text-heavy game in the original version, as opposed to like graphics and video-heavy game.
You gently tap the birth gem with the mallet, hoping not to break it. It budges only slightly. You give it a harder hit. It moves a bit more. You hold your breath and give the gem an almighty thwack. It pops into the skull.
Gonna save my game here. So next part of the puzzle is one that I had to look up. I never would have gotten this on my own.
As you face the skull towards the image of the bat above the cave, you notice that its wing has faded slightly. However, you suspect that whatever danger the bat represents is still in effect.
You need to turn the skulls towards the bat.
You turn the rightmost skull so that it faces the bat symbol above the cave entrance. The power of the two skulls combined has caused the bat symbol to disappear. You sense whatever danger it represented has now subsided.
If you tried to enter the cave without doing that, you die instantly. Spikes kill you.
As you enter, you are almost overwhelmed by the foul stench which molests your nostrils. It is obviously coming from whatever Hagatha is cooking in that large cauldron of hers. There are some things of interest on the other side of the cave, but you have no means of crossing over there safely at this time. A caged nightingale sits on the floor near the northern cave wall. The light from outside barely penetrates the interior of this cave. So long as you keep your distance, Hagatha shouldn't notice you.
I'm surprised she doesn't notice me. I'm sorry. I am very, very close to her. How does she not see me?
Being as quiet as a mouse, you slide your hand inside the cloak to discover a deep pocket. Amongst sticky and disgusting spell ingredients, you find a tiny silver key and a peculiar golden ring-shaped device.
This is actually a device that will let us get into that tower. The tower where Lady Valenice is being held captive. And here, like, she 100% should be able to see me.
You slide the silver key into the lock. It fits. You turn it silently, and the chain falls to the ground.
And you want to put the cloth on the cage.
You silently drop the cloth over the cage.
Otherwise, the bird's gonna
You hear Agatha
scream.
begin a chant of some kind while stirring her brew.
The fluid of blood with bone
Without
and
making a
flesh.
sound, you take the nightingale into your possession.
'Twill make my complexion young and fresh.
She's making a youth potion with her nightingale. So yeah, the nightingale just goes chirp, chirp, chirp. Then Agatha discovers you, and it's a game over sequence.
Your head would function much better.
No, I'm not trying to smash Graham's head. I'm trying to smash the other head.
You strike the skull with all your strength, and it shatters easily. The birth gem clatters to the ground, along with a multitude of bone fragments.
I don't know if that means nobody can ever go inside the cave again. Or not.
You reacquire the birth gem.
I think maybe, yeah, that was the game's way of making sure that I can't possibly enter that cave again. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed seeing Sister Agatha, because that's one of 2 times she shows up again at the very, very end of the game. Oh jeez! Oh jeez! Evil Enchanter's gonna get me. She'll return at the very, very end of the game to try to attack me. But other than that, it's like, okay, that's the closest we came to being hurt by Agatha. Hagatha, sorry. I do feel like they could have done a bit more with her as a villain. But the Evil Enchanter is sort of the villain that we have to defeat in part 2. Yeah, it would have been cool if, like, Agatha had been taken over the Enchanter's Cave section 2. Because, you know, she is a magician. She does these magic potions. But then we'd have, like, 2 Agatha sections back to back. So I don't know what you would do. Maybe move one of them to part 1, perhaps, and have the cave be in part 2. I don't know. Yeah, no, my personal feeling is that, you know, they should have made the game a bit more open-ended so you don't have to do things in such a strict order. Yeah, so maybe that would have been the way to solve the problem of, you know, we could have had 2 Agatha segments. Have an addition Agatha
You
segment.
offer the nightingale to Angelina. The sheer elation on her face almost makes the whole risk worth the while. She snatches it from you and proceeds to fuss over the bird. You wait for a moment, but it seems she no longer notices you.
If you don't mind, about the lamp you promised me in trade for the nightingale?
The shopkeeper looks up at you vaguely. She gradually remembers that there is another being in her world.
Yes? Oh, yes, take it. You'll have no beginning of use with it.
Don't you mean no end of use?
Of course. Whatever you say, dear.
You hear Angelina muttering cheerfully to herself as she exits.
Finally, I have the final ingredient for that marvelous youth potion. I'm going to beat you to the punch, my dear Agatha. Serves you right for hoarding this sweet, juicy thing to yourself.
You feel a nauseous tinge in your stomach. Well, at least the lamp is now yours.
Yeah, so she was lying the whole time when she was like, oh, evil potions, that's so bad. I never mess with magic. Yeah, she's actually a magician too.
You take the old lamp.
She wanted the nightingale for her youth potion. Okay, I need to use the lamp.
You rub the lamp and wait expectantly, but nothing happens. You're about to give it another try when a small puff of smoke appears at the end of the spout. It clears, revealing a note. As you remove it, the lamp disappears. You read the scroll.
So, hey, unlucky fool who bought the lamp. Hey, the genie's gone. My former master, he's fantastic. He used his final wish to set me free. Robin Williams. Yeah, I mean, that's Robin backwards. Yeah, that's Robin Williams. The genie. Robin Williams famously played the genie in the movie Aladdin. So, he left a puzzle.
Upon closer examination, you discover that the statue hides a small latch. You flip the latch and watch in amazement as a trap door opens up from the floor.
He basically left a riddle, and the riddle was grab the statue.
If you wish to
Alright, so we're gonna go down here to this new area.
You close the trap door behind you. You see a letter.
We see a letter on the desk. I need to use the letter to read it.
You read the letter sitting on the desk.
And this is a letter from Hagatha to Angelina. Hey, you want to join our group of evil rulers, evil villains that work for the Father? And obviously Angelina said, no, I'm not going to use my powers for evil. I'm going to use it for selfish reasons, which is also pretty evil, actually. Like, she's eating a nightingale, the poor
As you pick up
bird.
the carpet, you notice a small label which reads, Property of Al Din. There might be a faded letter or two in there, but you cannot be sure. Above you, from the back room, you discern Angelina's voice.
I did it! I did it! The youth potion is finally finished. All I need to do now is drink it.
Angelina, show yourself, you scurvy wench.
Agatha? My dear! What an unexpected surprise!
Don't you play the fool with me. I know you stole it.
Stole? Really, I do not know.
Silence. For your lies and deceit, there can be only one consequence.
No, please. I can explain.
I said silence. Oh, and one more thing. Your invitation to join us is revoked. What is this? Ah, the youth potion at last. Oh no! Drat! Now what was that spell for removing floorboards? Curses! I shall have to go back and look it up.
Yeah, so Hagatha does seem to, like, be evil and nasty, but also kind of a goofball at the same time. Like, oops, I dropped it.
You fish around in the pile of down and successfully retrieve the youth potion.
Yeah, the youth potion, and we can use it again at the very end of the game.
Cautiously, you open the trapdoor ever so slightly and peer into the room above. Hagatha is nowhere to be seen. You make your exit from the basement.
Yeah, so at the very, very end of the game, where we need to defeat Hagatha, basically we'll put some random junk inside her youth potion so it doesn't work anymore, and we'll offer it to her.
You think that this vial...
Alright, so, sorry for spoiling the endgame puzzle.
You flick the latch. The trapdoor closes and conceals itself into the floorboards once more.
So let's see what the librarian has to say about this new part of the game.
This book is entitled Wade.
No, that's the same book. I want a new
Yes.
one.
Could you recommend another good book?
There.
This book is entitled Legends. Browsing through it, you notice an interesting excerpt.
Daventry's first king was Legendmore is an enigma. According to legend, in a bloody war, he wanted to commit his awesome power to the cosmos. He blamed himself for the war. I don't get it. Okay, so if you seek the power of Legendmore, from the path how much... This is way too much for me to read. It feels like maybe this... I don't think that has anything to do with the puzzles we're about to solve.
Yes.
Could you recommend another good book?
Yeah, maybe... Yeah, it feels like, wow, that's setting up for a prequel game.
There.
A prequel game starring Legendmore.
This book is entitled Power, Politics, and Pulpits. Browsing through it, you notice an interesting excerpt.
In many lands, church and state have shared a mutual distrust of one another. The state's responsible for the security of the realm. The church's concern is the moral standing of the population. And, you know, if one messes up the other, that's not good. So this is about Count Caldor, the guy who hasn't been seen in, what, 40, 50 years? The mood of the population tensed. No leader has been chosen to replace Caldor, even though it's been many years since his passing. Oh. Huh. Well, that's why nobody's seen him in 40, 50 years. He's dead. Okay. Anyway, now we are going to leave, and we are going to use the magic carpet.
You unroll the magic carpet, lay it on the ground, and sit on it. The carpet begins to rise skyward. As you ascend higher, you realize that the carpet is beyond your control. It glides through the air on a seemingly predetermined course.
So now we're at the Enchanter's Cave area, and as I said, because it's very magical, maybe they could have made this a Hagatha section. Maybe. Maybe not. This puzzle, we need to... This puzzle, oh my gosh, this puzzle. Use the necklace on the snake.
You dangle the shimmering opal in front of the snake. It soon falls hypnotized in typical snake fashion.
Yep, that's the puzzle. Use the necklace on the snake. And
the snake snaps out of its sleep-like trance.
That's how you get past the snake. Next, we're going to go inside the Enchanter's Cave, and we're going to make a potion. Fortunately, I have, like, everything I need.
You approach the workbench for a closer look. The ancient book bears the title, Ye Old Book of Enchantments, Causes and Cures. It looks very old and has been propped up on a pedestal.
Oh, I want to read it.
You flip through the book entitled, Ye Old Book of Enchantments, Causes and Cures. The first half contains a list of enchantments. These do not interest you.
Okay, I'm going to skip here. Blue mineral, yellow plant, mix them together, heat them, then stir with a white feather, drop in a crystal, and then recite the words. So, blue gem.
You toss the brooch into the beaker.
Either that one or the earrings. Mix it with the yellow flower, which we got from Possum.
You toss the sickly yellow flower into the beaker.
We're going to use the mallet here, or your sword, to start a flame.
You strike the head of the mallet against the flintstone. It sparks, and the wick catches alight. You watch, fascinated, as the two unlikely objects melt under the heat of the magical flame.
Then we are going to stir it with the feather.
You stir the mixture carefully with the white feather. It soon dissolves in the hot liquid.
Next we need a crystal, and to do that you need to use the mallet on the sword.
You manage to dislodge the crystal that had been set within the hilt of the sword almost a millennium ago. You feel a tinge of guilt and wonder what all the past monarchs of Daventry would say if they saw you damaging ancient crown property.
Yeah, that's the step of the puzzle that gets a lot of people. There's a
You drop the crystal in and
sword?
watch, amazed, as the green liquid slowly seeps into it.
And then we need to say the magic spell.
Heed now these words. Crystal, perfect. Green is thy hue. Restore, correct. Guard well my form. Preserve, protect.
You recite the words correctly, line for line, and sure enough, only a brilliant emerald remains in the glass beaker. You quickly blow the flame out so as not to overheat the emerald and cause damage to it. Picking it up gingerly, you're amazed that the emerald took virtually no time at all to cool.
Alright, so now I have a protective emerald, which will only protect me in, like, very specific situations, instead of protecting me from all forms of evil magic, which would have been very useful. No, it does protect me. I'm gonna use it on a snake. Check it out.
As you direct the sun's light through the emerald at the snake, you behold a wondrous transformation. Before you now stands a magnificent winged horse.
thank you for freeing me. A horrid enchanter transformed me into that legless thing after I refused to be his steed.
We need to talk to the horse for a bit.
That was quite a gamble, to refuse an enchanter.
True, but I could not have accepted, even if I had wanted to. For I am a disciple of the cloud, and can serve no land dweller.
Disciple of the cloud? What does that mean?
First, tell me of what you seek up here.
You take a deep breath, then explain about the Door of Destiny, the gems of nature, and your present quest to locate the growth gem.
So, you seek the air gem?
Yes, that is right. You know of it?
Most certainly. But you will not be able to reach it by any means available to you or any of your kind. I would gladly take you to it, but alas, the enchanter took and hid from me my bridle. Without it, we could search for 1,000 years and still never find the cloud spirit.
Where did he hide your bridle?
I do not know. Perhaps a clue may be found in that blackguard's abode behind me.
What is this spirit you speak of?
The essence of what you seek. It passes through us as we grow, all through our lives, though few are ever aware of it. You will know soon enough when I take you to it.
Why do you choose to serve this cloud spirit?
It is my destiny, and I must fulfill it, just as you must fulfill yours.
I was not aware that I had one.
All of us have a destiny. Some are predestined, others are determined by choice. I believe yours to be of the latter.
You don't have anything else to say to the steed.
You do need to have all those conversations with the horse. The game won't proceed unless you do. What happens is when we get to the cloud area, if you haven't had those conversations with the horse, you're going to be forced to have those conversations before the cloud spirit shows up.
You notice that some writing has been engraved into the wall. You read the inscription.
In rows of stones that number 6, half in a pair, so half of 6 is 3, and a pair is 2, so 5, that's 3, and 2, that's 5. So the fifth one from the left, when you find 6 stones, the fifth one from the left, you need to pick
the engraving on
with the green thing. That's it. And here we can just wait around and do nothing for a while until the enchanter shows up. That is kind of boring. Oh, here it is.
Footsteps
okay,
approaching.
good. We don't have to wait that long.
Uh-oh, the enchanter has caught you in his lair. He twirls his hands, aims them at you, and then utters some words under his breath. You feel a tingling sensation all over your body as the enchantment attempts to transform you into whatever the enchanter has fancied. At the same time, you also feel the comforting energy of the emerald shielding you. The enchanter's twisted smile turns downwards. He scowls at you. There is a look of panic on the man's face. He does not dare breathe.
I hereby order you to depart from Kalima forever, never to trouble its citizens again, lest you were in the fullness of my wrath.
The enchanter looks baffled. You sigh inwardly and try again.
Leave. If you come back, then you will get it.
The enchanter nods frantically, as much as he can without cutting his own neck on your sword edge. He gestures quickly with his hands.
Yep, and the message is still on the wall in case you didn't read it earlier. Yep, so now we're just gonna fly back to the mainland and...
You can't use that there.
Wait, really? Oh, I guess I have to use it on,
You unroll the magic carpet. The carpet begins to descend.
So, unless I'm mistaken, the stones are just to the left. Just go to the left several screens. Here it is. So, the fifth from the left is this one. If you use the gem on any other stone, you die instantly.
You bend over and hold the emerald above the stone so that the sun's light channels through it.
That's
incredible. The rock has transformed into a silver-studded bridle.
There are so many puzzles in this game where if you get it wrong, death.
You take the bridle.
Instant death. The enchanter will enchant you. Obviously, he'll turn you into a pig. That's what he does.
There's not enough room to...
Not enough room to use a carpet here. Why not? Why not? Oh, geez, probably not enough room there. Okay, here. This looks like a nice, open, empty spot.
You unroll the magic carpet, lay it on the ground, and sit on it. The carpet begins to rise skyward.
This time, it will crumble into pieces when you're done.
As you reach down to get the carpet, it vanishes into thin air without even so much as a puff of smoke.
Woo! So, time to meet the cloud spirit, and then this is also another part which involves like long scenes which are just in this game. I'm 100% sure they are not from the original game.
You slip the bridle over the horse's head. It whinnies its approval.
Come, climb upon my back.
Actually, you know what? Maybe the first test is in the original game, but not the other two. Not the other two. The other two are clearly references to different later games in the King's Quest series. Obviously, when they made game number 2, they didn't know what was going to happen in game number 5.
Hold on. This will be a little accelerating.
Alright, then we'll go there and solve the puzzle.
The disciple of the cloud gracefully soars high into the sky. You grip the reins tightly and hold on for dear life as he swoops and dips between the clouds. After a time, he draws near to a thick patch of luminous mist. As you pass through it, the horse sets itself down, seemingly on top of a cloud.
It is all right. You can dismount now.
Believing that you have finally lost all sense of reason, you dismount and prepare for a very long drop. And find yourself standing on a cloud.
How is it possible that I can stand upon thin air?
Such are not the questions you should be asking. You have come for the Air Gem, or the Growth Gem as it was once named by the ancients. It has not been termed thus without reason, for one who would have the gem as his own must prove himself grown and thus worthy of it.
Meaning, no disrespect.
Cloud Spirit.
Thank you. You must agree, Cloud Spirit, that I am a man fully grown, thus fulfilling your prerequisite.
A howling wind deafens you momentarily, though you feel nothing on your skin. The Cloud Spirit speaks again, a little more forcefully.
It is not enough that you have grown in body. That much is evident. It must be proven that you have also grown in both mind and soul. So on these shall you be tested.
Tested?
Those who bear the burden of king are expected to possess certain qualities. Your actions will be judged against the weight of these. It shall be seen whether you are deserving of your title. It shall be seen whether you are worthy of the Growth Gem.
After a moment of silence, the Cloud Spirit intones,
Behold your first test.
Alright, here we go! We're testing the character of Graham when he was a kid.
The mist around you clears, and you find yourself in a familiar place. This is Daventry, and furthermore, you are a child again. A slight dizziness overwhelms you for an instant. How strange, you no longer recall anything past this moment in time. It is as if this is happening again for the first time. Even stranger, you are still vaguely aware that you are undergoing a test of some kind, though for what purpose you cannot fathom. But look, it is Malvolio, your best friend. The two of you are deeply engrossed in a game of bat and ball.
Ouch! Uh-oh! That sounds like the king now! What do we do?
You there.
Yes?
Yes? Is that how you address your liege?
No, your majesty, King Edward, sir. I mean, sire.
Which of you two boys threw that ball? The one that just happened to land on my head?
Poor King Edward. He's so mad. Oh. So we need to... This is a tough puzzle. You need to decide which option is the best. The best option gives you 2 points. There's an option that gives you 1 point, and then the other 3 options are garbage. Don't select them. The good option is Sacrificial Lamb, I believe.
You summon all your courage and speak up.
Your majesty, if you please. It was I who hit the ball over the castle wall. It was my fault completely. Please do not punish my friend.
The king eyes you carefully. You wonder if you are now in serious trouble.
I would not punish one for something so trivial. However, I will see you play your game elsewhere, away from here.
Yes, sire.
One more thing, my young fellow. You have demonstrated good character today by taking the blame for your friend. The finest knights in this realm demonstrate their compassion by protecting others, even if that should mean putting themselves at risk. I find that to be a rare quality in the many I meet. When you have grown up, I hope to see you again, perhaps in my service.
Thank you, your majesty.
Oh, that only gave me 1 point, not 2.
Behold your second test.
Well, then I don't know how this works. Anyway, it's tough, and oh no! This is a sad
You
future.
feel yourself growing older, more so than before the tests began. Again, dizziness overcomes you, your memory of the previous test fades, and in its place, your mind is filled with the knowledge of everything that has since come to pass. This includes, unfortunately, the dreadful misfortunes which have plagued Daventry since the coming of the terrible three-headed dragon. To make things worse, your 17-year-old daughter has been demanded as its latest sacrifice. In return, it will not harm the rest of the population until the next demand. You would go forth to destroy the dragon yourself, but you no longer have the heart for such quests. Never have you felt so forlorn, so frail. You fear that given the choice, you would do anything to rectify the situation.
A charming view. No wonder you come here so often.
You. I will see you hanged for this intrusion. Guards! Guards!
Calling them will do you no good. For even if they come, they will find their king speaking to only the air he breathes.
A pox on thee! Who are you?
My name, my true name, has been heard by none for nigh on a millennium. It is enough that you know me as the Father.
Then say what you have come to say and be gone.
You never were one for small talk.
You cursed my family. As a result, that dragon is now loose upon the land, and one of my children was kidnapped.
Now that is not quite the truth.
Do you deny your involvement?
Not at all. It is just that you have omitted so much.
Speak, and be gone.
Very well. I want your crown.
You cannot believe what you have just heard. This vile creature has caused untold misery throughout your land for nearly 18 years and has now infiltrated your castle just to ask that you hand over your authority to him? Of all the outrageous...
Is that what this is all about? You want to rule Daventry?
What would I want with a puny little kingdom when in a few short years I will have more power than Legitimor himself? No, I want only the thing you wear atop your head. Your crown. It is an essential part of my plan. Without it, my efforts to prepare for the ascension will have been in vain. I have waited far too long to be deterred from it now.
If you need it that badly, you could have just taken it. You had plenty of opportunities.
Are you completely ignorant of the legends of your predecessors? None can possess the crown of the first king unless it's given.
If you think for one moment that I would...
Before you speak further, consider this. In exchange for what I ask, I shall lift my curse and all that it entails from you and your blighted land. You shall have both it and your family restored in full. Minus your title, naturally.
Your mind reels at these words. For almost 2 decades, a countless number of innocent people have suffered under the afflictions Daventry has had to endure. So many more people would continue to suffer indefinitely, notwithstanding the pain you feel over your own family's misfortune. With a simple statement, you could put an end to it all.
Alright, so, yeah, this is the father, this is the villain that's been trying to kill Graham for the entire game. It's weird that we only see this person in, like, an angry, evil future. Instead of, you know, actually seeing the father be an actual threat. Now, we're told he's going to be a threat in 20, 30 years. So the correct solution is to say, sever the lifeline.
To give you my crown would signify a change of leadership. So says the law of this land. It also says that the crown is to be worn only by those with the highest regard and intent for Daventry. So, to give it to such a vile being as you would betray the honor and memory of all the past kings who have worn it. No, I will not do it.
Not even for the sake of your family?
There are some principles for which even one's family must be sacrificed.
The man appraises you as a scientist would a unique specimen.
What an intriguing set of morals you have, King Graham. I almost look forward to the time when you will put aside your obligations here and seek me out. I have foreseen that we shall meet again.
Behold your third test.
We are still doing tests. Yeah, it's like 10-15 minutes of story.
Once again, you feel yourself age. You are many years older now, though still, thankfully, King of Daventry. As before, the knowledge of the previous test ebbs from your mind. This time, however, it is filled with a greater knowledge of all that has come to pass thus far. Many years have passed. Your children, once heirs to your throne, have forged their own paths in other kingdoms. Fortunately, chance has seen fit to fill the vacuum. Following the restoration of the Mask of Eternity, Daventry now has a new champion.
How do you feel?
I am deeply honored, sire.
All right. Now how do you really feel?
Scared out of my wits, sire.
You smile and feel the lines in your face stretch. You hope you'll get used to it when the true time comes.
You know what they've been saying. About my decision, that is.
The people question my ability to perform the duties when I have another higher obligation. I believe that I can attend to both with the utmost equity.
You do not deny that this obligation may arise at any moment, perhaps taking you away from this country at a time of great need?
Of course not, sire, but I shall deal with that troll, as they say, when I cross that bridge.
And there is the matter of you not being of royal birth. That does not sit comfortably with some of the nobles.
The qualities of truth, light, and order can shine from even the most impoverished of souls. Nobility is defined through one's actions, not one's lineage, Your Majesty.
You cannot help but smirk. For a man who had once lived as a peasant, he speaks extremely well.
I don't think this game says what his other higher obligation is. Like, what's more important to this guy than being the king? I don't know. This feels like a reference to a later game in the series that I haven't played yet. So, I want to see what this third option is. I have never seen this. What is the madness of King Graham?
I have decided, after long and careful consideration, that in order to earn your knighthood, thou must venture forth on a quest to capture and kill the most insidious and elusive of preys.
What is this prey? A dragon?
No. More wretched than that.
A dry-horned scaled beast of the southern plains?
No. More woeful still.
Surely not the scourge of the low mountains, the flesh-burrowing scorpion?
No. But it does get under your skin all the same.
What?
Then pray tell, of what do I seek?
Oh, sorry I'm late, Graham. I hope I haven't missed anything.
That.
The talking owl?
Precisely. Charge!
Graham, what are you... Oh!
What was that? What? Okay, now that's gotta be a reference to something, right? Right?
In an instant, you find yourself standing before the cloud spirit once more. You also notice that it is starting to get dark.
You have demonstrated some understanding of compassion, honor, and loyalty. These attributes transcend the mind and speak of the soul within you. Growth continues unabated throughout the lives of all living things. While you still have much to learn, you will continue to grow in all ways. You are judged worthy of the Heir and Growth Gem.
I'm just putting the crown on top of the horse because that looks funny. Okay, we grab the horse, we grab the gem and then grab the horse to finish this segment.
You take the Growth Gem. As you feel the knowledge of the last test fade from your mind, the cloud beneath your feet begins to evaporate. You'd better get out of here quickly, Graham.
Oh geez, oh geez. Yeah, gotta leave.
Finally, your flight comes to an end. You hope that it will be quite a while before you take to the air again.
Where would you like me to land?
On the ground would be fine.
Alright, we landed. Hooray!
Take this sugar cube. It will protect against the poisonous growth of this land. Fare thee well.
Such an adventure game thing. It's like, take the sugar cube. Horse stands in place, Graham stands in place, nobody moves. But I now have an item.
As dusk sets in and the pallid moon rises above the darkened horizon, you recall the Door of Destiny's words regarding the third gem, through swampy mire, in lone dark castle. Then you remember the great Neptune's disquiet reluctance to speak of Kalima's lord. You sense a growing unease that this final gem may not be the easiest to acquire.
And now the church is open because it is part 3. Sadly, the town is closed. We can't go back to the town. I wanted to see if
Finding
there
the door
were more
unlocked
books to
and
read.
unbarred, you enter the church.
We can't read this book.
You look over the Bible, which appears to be many decades old. You open it and find that an otherwise blank page at the front has been written on. It is dated over 20 years ago.
So this has something to do with a path and Lowwolf and...
You return the Bible to where you found it. You also notice that a page from the Bible has fallen onto the floor.
We're also going to read like a journal later on in the game, which is right here in this area. And I'm not quite sure I understand the backstory here. This is why I kind of wish we had a full explanation of what was going on with Count Caldur and who's been ruling the land for the past 50 years.
You pick up the fallen page and read it. The words appear to have been written recently. Spiders earnest with spindly 8 spin webs with negligible weight.
Yeah, because it feels like this stuff here is like a reference to what happened to the kingdom in the past 30 or so years. So we're gonna kneel
Feeling
here.
humbled, you kneel down to pray. You rise again after a few moments. The monk stirs, stands, and turns to face you.
Father, I go now to a place of darkness. While I am stout of heart, the path laid down before me is unclear. I seek only the knowledge that my passage be illuminated by heavenly favor, and a prayer that I may make it through.
The monk gives you a reassuring smile and pats you on the shoulder. He then lifts a silver cross from around his neck and places it in your hands.
Thank you.
You are welcome, my child.
You can talk?
Of course.
I thought monks were forbidden from speaking.
Not all churches follow the same rules, and this church is quite unique.
Really? How so?
The monk just smiles placidly at you.
Alright, so now we're gonna leave. It's very dark and scary now.
For a minute there, you thought those wolves were going to attack. Curious as to why they didn't, you decide to follow them. You see the monk standing alone outside the church. Then you notice the 2 wolves approaching him. You are about to yell a warning to the monk, but the words die in your throat as the man steps forward and pats the wolves' heads.
No, my brothers, we must not hurt him. Not yet. He will go to the heathen's abode. He will do what needs to be done. What if he does not? Then, my brothers, we will complete the task before us, the one we began many
years ago.
He's a werewolf!
You quickly move away from the church, your heart racing faster with every step. You have a good idea now what will happen once the moon comes out in full, and you do not want to be anywhere near here when it does. One thing's for sure, you're not getting married in that church.
Alright, so I have to assume this is related to what we saw in that book in the library. So we'll find out. Well, we definitely will find out. The castle's on the other side of the swamp, but before we go there, we need to go to Grandma's house.
You'll need to walk around.
Oh. Alright, I'll walk here.
You are pleased.
Oh, sir, have you seen my little granddaughter? She ventured to the town to buy food for me, but has not yet returned. I fear she may be in peril. The forest is not safe at night.
So, we definitely need to see her then. Possum's not too far away.
You hear the sound of a child sobbing nearby.
Here? There she is.
As you approach, you recognize the child. It is Possum, the little girl you helped earlier today.
Are you all right? What happened?
I went into town to buy some chicken soup for my grandma. I always try to reach home before dark, but this eve I lost my way and was attacked.
Attacked? A wolf attacked you?
No, not by a wolf, a dwarf.
For a moment, you're not sure that you heard correctly.
A dwarf, did you say?
Uh-huh. He jumped out at me, took my food, and then ran away.
Listen, I'm going to try to find this dwarf that you say stole your food. You get back to your grandma, understand?
Possum nods, says a soft thank you, and heads back home.
So now we're going to go to the dwarf's home. To do that, you want to just stand here in this area behind the door.
You watch as a little man runs out of the door, which has been built into a tree. You surmise that you have found the culprit's home. The vague aroma of chicken soup confirms it. That fiend.
And now we're going to go inside his house, steal that chicken soup right back. Just use the hand on the door to go inside.
Finding the door ajar, you cautiously open it and step inside the tree.
Finding the door ajar? It's not a jar, it's a door. Whatever.
Since you are underground, in the earth, everything feels understandably cool and...
It is a pretty cool place. Like, I like this tree house. Looks pretty awesome to me. So, chicken soup's here.
You grab the handle of the bubbling pot of chicken soup. You take it with you.
And you want to open this.
Upon opening the trunk, you find a number of items that the dwarf has obviously stolen and stashed away. Among them are some gold coins. They display the distinctive face of the first king. They could only have come from the magic chest of Daventry.
Why did he rob our magic chests?
You close the chest.
So there is a puzzle if the dwarf returns. What you have to do is open the chest and climb inside it to hide from the dwarf. But it looks like the dwarf did not return this time. I am escaping quite easily.
You hear the latch fall into place again as the door closes behind you.
And now for Grandma's house.
You'll need to walk...
Whoops, okay. Why can't I long distance open the door? Just use your magic powers. Open the door from the other side of the house, Graham.
Welcome. Come in, please. Possum told me to expect you.
Well, yeah, that, and I met you not too long ago. Anyway, poor Grandma. She's sick and dying. I'm gonna give her some nice soup.
You place the now cold chicken soup over the crackling fire once more. After it heats up to eating temperature, you remove it again. You offer the soup to Possum's grandma, introduce yourself, and wait courteously while the frail elderly lady eats the nourishing meal. When she is finished, she sets the empty bowl down elsewhere and turns her attention towards you.
Elsewhere. Elsewhere. Yeah, just a magical hiding spot on the other side of the bed.
If you would like to speak with me for a while, I would welcome your company. A person should never turn away a visitor, especially when she reaches the twilight of her life.
You can't help but feel a sense of finality in the old woman's words.
You must have something in return for your kindness. You do not need to risk your safety for an old, worn-out woman like myself. Look under the bed. You should find something to keep you a little warmer on a cold night like this.
You peer under the bed and find a thick black cloak. Lying atop it is a beautiful ruby-encrusted ring. You pick both up with reverence.
I could not possibly take these fine things from you.
Oh, please. I want you to have them. Nights in Kolima are cold. Believe me. As for the ring, well, perhaps it is better that I do not have it to remind me.
As you wish.
The elderly lady gave that to you for helping her. She does not want it back.
Oh, okay.
You have a charming young granddaughter.
Grandma smiles at you graciously.
She is a treasure to me. I would do anything to ensure that no harm comes to her.
If I may inquire, what became of her parents?
Grandma frowns, and her eyes darken for a moment before she forces a melancholy smile to her face.
They were lost to us many years ago. I am afraid dear Possum never really knew her parents.
It must have been a daunting task raising a child by yourself, especially at your
At my age? I am certainly not as young as I used to be, and there is no shame in that. I have tried to raise her as best I could, to keep her safe and well. However, I fear that as of late the reverse has become truer.
Yeah, she feels like her granddaughter's been taking care of her. So, spoiler alert, her parents were killed by the evil werewolves.
If you please, I was hoping you might tell me of the cloak and ring's origin.
The old woman closes her eyes as if the memory she seeks is painful to her senses.
They were my husband's. He was a proud man, the last of his line. His family had been rich, a great deal of old money, you might say. They lived in that castle you might have seen to the north. Its location upon that island is evidence of how much they valued their privacy. He was a good man, my husband. He took care of me. Certainly he had his strange habits. Most men do, if you would pardon me for saying so. I suspect that he practiced magic, so I could never catch him in the act. He would frequently journey afar, taking that black cloak with him wherever he went, to places he would not talk about. He said that it represented something important to a certain group of people, and that I was never to mention it to anyone. But he was always there for me, always, until that fateful night. We had been married just over a year, and I was heavy with child. We were both out walking in the weirwood forest late one night. The air was warm, and in our youth we paid little attention to the world and its many dangers. Besides, there was a full moon. We could see clearly enough. A shadow passed over us. We looked up, thinking it might have been a stray cloud. It was not. Descending upon us like a demon was the largest, most hideous bat I had ever seen. Its fangs were bared, and it dove straight for me. I must have screamed. My husband flung himself in front of me to protect me. He swung his arms about frantically in hopes of warding the horrid thing away. Perhaps he was trying to cast a spell, but could not recall how in his panic. It paid him no heed and would not be deterred. It swooped again and again, relentlessly. At one point, my husband's hand must have clipped the bat's wing because it lost control and crashed into his shoulder. He tried to wrest the foul creature away, but then he shrieked suddenly. The horrid thing had bitten him. He never did recover from that incident. He just faded with each passing hour. Within 2 days of the attack, my husband had died. We buried him on his family's plantation on the island. Sometimes when I sleep, I can feel him watching over me. guarding me, protecting me. I think he is waiting for my time to come so we can be together always.
The old lady seems to be dozing off. You can barely hear her final words.
I miss him so.
Telling the story has clearly taken a great deal out of her. You watch the old woman a moment and notice her labored breathing as she sleeps. Despite the little girl's tireless daily efforts, perhaps there's nothing more to be done.
That's kind of amazing. Yeah, I hadn't seen that when I played the game before. So that
The little girl is...
That is definitely...
The elderly lady...
A dramatic story. Yeah, that's the story of how her husband died. Meanwhile, the villains have still done absolutely nothing to try to kill Graham, even though they've...
Tell me you have good news.
The king has arrived in Kalima, father.
Yeah, seriously, that was hours ago.
That is not what I meant.
Yes. Well, he appears to be quite resourceful. It seems his reputation was not totally exaggerated.
He's still alive?
For now, but that will change soon, I think. The king has discovered that one of the gems he seeks is in the possession of a colleague of ours. Do you remember? Kaldor.
Yes. Is he still trustworthy?
Totally. Still sharp, and there's no questioning his loyalty. My humblest apologies, father, but would it not have been simpler for you to have dealt with Graham personally?
Fool! Imagine the ensuing chaos where Daventry's king murdered in his own land. How then would I be able to search for the item?
I see.
Failure is not an option.
Understood, father.
Keep me informed, preferably of good King Graham's death.
Alright, yeah, those are the evil villains. They have not really been doing much to try to kill me for this entire game. Yeah, we did have that run-in with Hagatha earlier. That was an okay puzzle, sneaking through her cave, getting that nightingale and such. But it wasn't really her posing a direct threat to Graham's life. That poor antique store owner. Now that person, yeah, Angelina, definitely not good for her though. So, now we have the puzzle to get across the swamp.
You read Spider's Earnest with Spindly 8.
It's the first letter of each word. South, east. And now I have to check again because I don't want to mess up.
You read Spider's Earnest with Spindly 8.
West, southeast. West, southeast. I really wish this was a puzzle that you had to do once and then never again, but you have to do it
You
twice.
read Spider's Earnest with Spindly 8.
Southwest,
Spin
east.
webs with negligible
South,
weight.
west, west, northwest. South, west, west, north, and then west. And we did it. So now we get over here. We are going to have a puzzle to make a weapon.
You tug forcefully at one of the reeds until it finally breaks free. You put it away and carry it with you.
You are going to dip this needle into the poison swamp.
You jab mercilessly. Very carefully, you bend down and soak the tip of the needle in the foul, toxic water.
And you're going to put that in the reed to make a blowgun.
The silver needle fits perfectly into the end of this hollow reed, making a sturdy pea shooter. The coating of deadly poison makes the needle a lethal projectile.
Alright, and next we get more long conversations. Let's talk to this guy.
Boatman, I need passage. I said...
I heard. The ghoul's voice chills you to the bone.
In life, I would row this boat for the master. Long ago was my untimely death in these waters, but still I remember many things. Laughter, tears, joy, pain.
May I cross, Sir Boatman?
You have come to raid the Master's house. This I know, but care not about. You should be warned, though. The Master is not what he once was. Never has this land known a kinder, more compassionate, and nobler ruler than he. But his fate has long since been decided. Down a dark path he now treads, and he feels naught for anyone nor anything save for one other, and even that is a rare trait for a Nosferatu.
You freeze. Neither the Door of Destiny nor Neptune mention this count as being undead.
Yes, the Count is a vampire! You might have guessed that, but now it's officially confirmed the Count is a vampire.
If I may ask, Sir Boatman, how did the swamp come to be here? Is it natural?
No. The ground you stand upon was once farming land and dwellings for the peasantry.
How did it come to be like this?
A score of years passed after the master died, and a great morass opened up, covering the surrounding land with slime and poisoned water. Once rich and fertile, now it is no longer.
The Count has caused this?
It is believed so, for why else would his own castle be spared?
Ah, thank you, Sir Boatman.
The boatman has nothing more to say.
Alright, so now we're just going to give coins to the boatman and go across.
The boatman accepts your payment and motions for you to climb into the boat. The shrouded ghoul paddles across the toxic lake to the shore on the other side.
And here we want to use the sugar cube that the horse gave us, because of course, that's what we were supposed to use it on. Yeah.
After swallowing the magic sugar cube, you get a feeling of invincibility.
Why can't my protective magic amulet help me? Well, it's not helping me because it needs sunlight to work.
The sharp thorns brush against your skin. However, instead of feeling intense pain, you only experience a slight tingling sensation. Evidently, the magic sugar cube did its job.
So the black cloak protects from ghosts. I think you're just supposed to figure that out on your own.
With a flourish, you fling the black cloak around your neck and fasten it.
It's not too terribly difficult to figure out because we're using items here on this part of our inventory. We're not really using the items from the first part of the inventory anymore. Well, except for the blowgun. Yeah, we had to use the needle. Anyway, I use the cross on the door to get inside.
As you approach the ghosts wearing the black cloak, they seem to notice you, and then begin to drift away towards the cemetery.
Cemetery's over on the left-hand side, by the way. That's where it is. I still say it's not obvious you can go to the left to reach another screen. That does not look like...
Having an idea, you push the crucifix into the cross-shaped keyhole. It fits. You hear a click, and the door unlocks.
So now door's open.
You push the heavy wooden door open, take a deep breath, and step nervously inside the castle entrance. The moment you enter the great hall of the castle, you begin shivering uncontrollably, and not just from the cold. This place has an air of death wherever you go. As if creeping around this huge castle was not enough, knowing full well that an undead creature resides here would unnerve even the most stout-hearted of adventurers, you feel desperate to get what you came for and anxious to leave as quickly as possible.
You can take a look at the pictures.
The portraits on the wall depict the couple who once lived here. They look young and proud. Behind the mask of apathy that comes with aristocracy, there's a certain kindness in their eyes.
Cool. So here we have a puzzle in the library. If you didn't get the candle from the pumpkin, you could just grab a candle from here. No big deal.
You hold your candle up to the candelabra flame. It catches. Your candle is now lit.
Since I did get the candle from the pumpkin, the puzzle slightly changed. I just need to light the candle using one of the candles. So I use the candle on the other candles, and that lights up the candle. And now I can get to the top of the stairs, Graham. Now I can reach the basement area, which is over here.
The staircase beyond is very dark. Fortunately, your candle provides just enough light to see where you are going.
If you didn't have your candle, the game would refuse to let you go down the staircase. Oh, and now you need to take off the staircase, which take off the cloak.
The black cloak is a fine
How do I do it? Do I just use cloak on Graham? Is that the solution here?
You remove the black cloak again.
That is it. Okay. So now we go here and we're gonna open up the vampire
Nervously,
coffin.
You lift the heavy lid of the elegant coffin. You peek into its red satin interior. The coffin is unoccupied, and you feel relief wash over you. As you prepare to look inside the coffin,
King Graham, I presume.
You turn on your heel. There, blocking the only exit from this dismal room, stands the Count. His skin is pale, his eyes jet black. He wears a black cloak nearly identical to the one that you possess.
You know me?
Ah, yes indeed. Sister Hagatha alerted me to your arrival, dear king.
How? Does she have a cell phone or something? I don't know that.
In an instant, you are flat against the wall. The Count has you pinned so well you can't move a muscle, much less put up a defense. You can feel the Count's iron-cold hand on your throat. You have barely seconds before the inevitable happens.
So here you want to use the wedding ring on the Count.
With difficulty, you manage to loosen the ruby ring from your attire and drop it to the floor. The Count's eyes dart to it quickly, then flash angrily back to you.
Where did you get that?
The elderly woman who lives in a house to the south of here, near the beach. She gave it to me for helping her.
The Count regards you for a moment. His dark eyes bore unendingly into yours, and you feel as if your very soul is bare.
What do you know of her?
She is not well.
I know. Do you think I am not aware of that?
You are sweating profusely. Hopefully this vampire doesn't find the odor appetizing.
Night is the most dangerous of times for my mortal family. I have kept constant vigil over my wife for many years, so that from the darkness no harm would come to her. When her time comes, we will be together forever.
I think tonight will be the night. I have seen her this very eve. I did what I could to help her, but I do not think it was enough.
So he turns into a bat and goes to check in on Grandma.
As you watch the giant bat fly out of the room, you realize with dread that the Count has confiscated your crucifix. Without it, you are trapped in this castle. Now what are you going to do?
Well, now I'm gonna take the gem.
You peer into the ornate coffin. Finding it unoccupied, you see that the interior is lined with shiny red satin. At long last, you have located the final gem, the Death Gem. You breathe deeply, reach out, and take the stone in your hands. It is ice cold to the touch, but you don't care. This is the last thing you need to unlock the door of destiny. Now all you have to do is get out of here.
We do have a lot of game left, though. I feel like I would enjoy the game more if this is where the vampire stuff ended. I think I saw on the internet that this is in fact where the vampire stuff ended. Well, no, I think I was told like in the original version we had to kill the vampire count, and that was where it ended. No stuff about fighting a war with werewolves. But no, yeah, next we're gonna have to help the vampires in the werewolf war, because vampires and werewolves...
You take the shove.
Vampires and werewolves, they fight against each other all the time. Like, that was what happened in the Twilight movies.
The
Also
window looks
happened in
out onto the island.
Also happened in the Vampire Diaries.
The window looks out onto the island far below. Through it, you see that the bricks of the castle might provide some footholds if you are inclined to go climbing.
So yeah, I thought it would be cool if this was where it ended when we escaped.
Seeing
like
no
this.
other possible escape route, you climb onto the ledge and carefully lower yourself outside, hoping to find a decent foothold. It is a long way down.
Yeah, this felt like this would be another arcade challenge where you need to go down and dodge the bats when you go left and right. But it really is just climb downward, and a scene is going to play. And it's going to be another long scene where the characters talk.
Suddenly, you hear a switching noise in your ear. It's joined by two others. You instinctively try to brush whatever it is away, but in doing so, lose your hold on the bricks and fall backwards.
Oh, and we get a brief interlude of Valenice, interestingly enough. Wish we could have heard
Time
from her
slows as you fall,
more often
and
in
your
this
world
game.
turns black.
This is basically our first time hearing her.
When I saw you, I knew it was true. There's a love between us won't be torn in two. Once waked from sleep, I'll smile and speak. We'll open a door forevermore.
Yeah, I do wish there was more of her in this game, but don't worry. She appears a lot in other King's Quest games.
Our guest has awoken, my love.
Ah, good evening, dear king. I do not believe we have been properly introduced. I am Count Kaldor, former lord of the realm of Colima. May I present my wife, Countess Lavidia?
A pleasure to see you again.
In gratitude to you for alerting me to my wife's grave condition, I took the liberty of preparing you a dish. I thought you might be hungry after your harrowing adventure at my window. You will forgive us if we do not join you. Our tastes differ from yours, do they not, my darling?
You shudder to think what different tastes actually means, but for some reason you note that you can no longer hear any rats squeaking in the distance.
Indeed, so much to become accustomed to.
You shall have all the time that the world has to share to grow accustomed to such things. Well, perhaps 30 years. Should the father locate the item by then, there might not be enough world left for anyone afterwards.
Has this father, to do is why you frequently went abroad, always with that cloak of yours?
Most certainly. But I think that my affiliation with him and his association has come to a close. My obligations to them took me away from my beloved too often. I do not wish to repeat that mistake.
You are forgiven, my love.
Their attention, which seemed to have wavered momentarily, now redirects back to you.
Well, well, well. What to do with this one?
What were you going to do with him?
Kill him. I had quite clear instructions from Hagatha, who had apparently received them from the father himself.
But if you are not, as you say, affiliated with his association anymore...
They both share a knowing smile.
Tell us, King Graham, why are you here in Colima?
You take a deep breath, trying to ignore the fact that you are the only one capable of doing so, and relate your story of the vision in the magic mirror and your quest to find the 3 gems of nature. The Count and Countess exchange cryptic smiles.
Romancing the stones.
Indeed.
Obviously, that was a private joke, as you did not understand it.
So you search for the one with which you would share the rest of your life. On that I cannot fault you, nor on your intentions here. Therefore, I can forgive the trespassing. However, there is the matter of the dark gem you wish to remove from my castle. I place a deal before you. I am looking for a magnificent sapphire-encrusted tiara. It is a valuable family heirloom and has been on this estate for centuries. This castle and its estate are old, though. It could be virtually anywhere, in any number of hiding places. I suspect there are many that even I am not aware of. I wish to present this tiara to my wife as a gift to commemorate the eternity we shall spend together. If you can find it and bring it to me before sunrise, then I will give you the gem you seek and your freedom.
You nod, unable to believe that you have virtually been ushered away from death's door just so you can run an errand for a couple of vampires. You do not want to think about the consequences if you fail to meet the deadline.
Yeah, so that's going to be our next major challenge, is finding that tiara in exchange for the gem. And along the way, as I've indicated, we'll be fighting those werewolves.
You take the ham from the dining table.
Take the ham.
The Countess is a slender lady who bears some resemblance to the elderly woman she once was.
Pardon my asking, but as the Countess of this realm, I presume you have lived in this castle before now?
Yes, that is so.
Then how did you come to live in that old house by the sea?
Yeah.
After my husband died, I continued to live in the castle for a time. I watched my newborn son grow into a man, marry, and have a child of his own.
Possum.
Yes. Shortly after her birth, however, my son and his wife both befell a tragic end at the hands of...
The Countess looks pained and appears unable to continue.
I apologize if I have caused you to relive your grief.
A vampire cannot truly feel grief, but perhaps my wife still recalls hers. I shall continue for her, if you so wish.
Yeah, let's hear more.
Please, if I may know, how were your son and daughter-in-law lost to you?
They were slain by the Brotherhood.
The Brotherhood?
You have met them at the church.
Your mind reels, so that is the connection.
Yeah, the werewolves.
The story seems to have affected her in some way. You decide not to query the Countess further.
Why would the Brotherhood kill your heirs? Oh.
As you have just guessed, the Brotherhood wish an end to the reign of my family. Why else would they give you the means to penetrate my domain, so that you could do their dirty work for them?
The cross key.
Exactly. Stolen from me through stealth, and their own brand of magic. The Counts of Colima have all descended from a single bloodline. We have always been partial to change, as opposed to the stagnating status quo of the Brotherhood. Over the last few decades, the Brotherhood have tried to dispose of my family as best they could. That which I am now was brought about by them. They were the ones who set the monstrous, infected bat upon me. Long have I cursed my ineptitude. I should have used magic to defend myself.
Do not be so hard on yourself, my dear. I remember that night well. That hideous creature gave you no chance.
Perhaps. But I should have awoken from my dark sleep sooner. Then I would have been able to protect our beloved son and his wife, and you would not have been forced to flee the castle, to live out your days in that wretched old house, under a false identity.
It was not so bad a time. Dear little possum loved it. I hope she will be as happy in her new home. She has a new life now, with no reason to fear any more.
This Brotherhood, are they real monks?
They were once, but something happened to them. Local folklore would have you believe that Weirwood Forest is a host to certain entities. Spirits of the wild, they are called.
And what of them?
I believe the monks encountered these spirits. What occurred specifically is beyond anyone's knowledge but their own. But it is evident that the men were given the ability to transform themselves. Unfortunately, their minds were apparently transformed also. They began to believe they were destined to rule, and since have presented great danger to myself and my family.
So the danger you face is not a result of some decades-old feud?
Not at all, dear king, though history will likely reflect such. But, to answer your question, the members of the Brotherhood are no longer the goodly monks they once were. They do not represent their fellow brethren well.
Wow, okay, so this is all, new information to me. So much backstory with the vampires and the werewolves. This is kind of surprising.
So, I have until just before sunrise to retrieve this tiara?
That is correct.
And if I am unable to before that time?
The Count's eyes glint red as he looks directly into your own.
For your own sake, I shall hope that you are successful.
You bravely suppress a shudder. It seems clear that you are not off the hook yet.
Yeah.
The Count has nothing more to say to you at the moment. The Countess has nothing more to say to you at the moment.
Alright. So we're gonna leave. And we're gonna go into the library.
You see a young woman sitting on the dusty floor. She has a book in her lap entitled Little Red Riding Hood.
I wish I could read this story.
A young woman sits on the dusty floor. She is reading, or trying to read, a book entitled Little Red Riding Hood. Aside from the pictures, she does not appear to be comprehending the content at all.
All the pretty words.
The book tells the story of a young girl who met a wolf in the forest.
The young woman's head snaps up. Her black eyes drill into your own. You gasp as you realize you are looking at yet another vampire. Just how many has the Count made tonight? The young woman's lips transform from hungry to, fortunately, pleasant recognition.
So you are the guest of my grandfather's house. I was hoping I would meet you again.
The woman is startlingly beautiful, but in an eerie, unnatural way. You find yourself unable to speak for a moment. She does look somewhat familiar, but from where?
Oh, my handsome gentleman does not recognize me?
Should I?
You remember the basket, the soup?
With a start, you recognize the young woman. She's grown and matured considerably since you last saw her. The little girl, Possum, has been transformed completely into this. She has traded her small ruby cloak for a dazzling satin robe of the same color.
Are you unhappy with my appearance?
No, it's just that you have me at a disadvantage. I do not know your real name.
Anastasia.
A beautiful name.
Yes, 'twas one of the few things my parents left me before they died. They're probably buried somewhere on this island, as a matter of fact. What do you seek here?
You explain your so far unsuccessful attempt to locate the tiara. The young woman looks thoughtful for a moment, then suddenly snaps her fingers. A discarded pile of books shift aside from the floor, and a single black book is revealed underneath. She appraises the black book with indignant incomprehension, then holds it out towards you. You take the book from Anastasia's hand.
I do not suppose that has anything to do with it, but it must be about something important.
I don't know why they decided to turn Possum into a vampire lady. I've never really heard of somebody suddenly becoming 20 years older because they were bitten by a vampire.
You open the book and are surprised to discover not pages, but a hollowed-out section in which sits a silver key. The key's handle resembles the shape of a sleeping child. There also appears to be something written on the back cover of the book.
And this will be a puzzle, so let's check it out.
In the hollow, you can see that the writing scrawled on the back cover reads, "If treasure you seek, dear to my heart, tales of fiction is where you must start."
So we need to find all those books in order. We're going to click on the shelf to start the puzzle. It's Cinderella is first.
In the hollow.
Cinderella, Three Little Wolves, Little
The
Bo
right.
Peep, Three Little Pigs, okay. Little Bo Peep was up here. Rumpelstiltskin over here. And then finally Romeo and Juliet. That makes this book
A new
appear.
book has appeared on the third shelf down. You've located the correct book. You pluck it from the shelf and read its title, Treasure Island. What is this? There seems to be a lock binding the cover shut. The keyhole requires a small, thin key.
So we're going to use the key on the keyhole, obviously.
The key fits perfectly into the lock. You turn it and hear a soft click. The book is now open.
Well, can I look at it? Come on, look at the book, Graham.
Skimming through the book, you find that a map has been sketched onto the last page. Close scrutiny reveals it is a top-down layout of the castle and its surrounding grounds. According to this, the tiara has been buried near one of the graves. You shudder, hoping that this is not going to be a case of digging all night while trying to avoid unearthed zombies. There is also a small piece of writing near the bottom. A date of fate can be found with a first, a second, and a double of nothing.
So first, second, double of nothing, that's 1200. We're looking for a grave that says 1200.
How do you feel about what the Count has done to you?
I am not sure. I suppose I should be grateful.
Grateful?
Yes, if he had left me as I was, I would have faced the same danger that claimed the lives of my parents. The murderers hunt my family still. We will not be completely safe until they are gone. At least I now need not fear anything that prowls by night.
True enough, and if you can avoid daylight altogether for the rest of eternity, you will be fine.
Sarcasm on Graham's part.
You have nothing else to say to Anastasia right now.
Alright. Bye.
I wish only one thing as payment for helping you find that book.
Of course.
Would you be so kind as to take this bracelet and place it on my mother's grave? I believe she wanted me to have it while I was alive. Now, it seems no longer appropriate to keep it. Thank you. I must retire now. It will not be long before sunrise. Good night, Graham.
Good night, Anastasia.
Graham is being very nice and polite. That's one of the good things about him. It's like, if it was me, I'd probably be complaining. It's like, oh no, she's trying to make me do her chores again. It's not that bad of a chore. What we do is we take the ring, and I think we use it on the ghosts.
As you hold up the bracelet, the ghosts seem to relax slightly.
Sorry, yeah.
You wonder if it is now safe to approach them and enter the cemetery. Lord Herbert and Lady Lillian, 1646.
Alright, so that is the correct grave. We're going to leave the bracelet on the grave.
You place the bracelet on the grave. It immediately sinks down into the earth.
If you didn't use it on the ghosts
The
ahead
ghosts
of time,
do not
the ghosts
respond
would
at
kill
first.
you.
Then one of them drifts toward you. It nods, almost sadly. The ghost seems to want to say something, but appears unable. Its face, though transparent and hazy, is lined with grief and torment. Its facial features waver into focus. The ghost is female.
We understand that our daughter will never be joining us now. No longer do we need wait for her. Now we journey to the realm of the dead, where its lord waits to judge us. Farewell.
You bow your head and cross your heart out of respect. While looking downward, you notice that a beautiful gold ring now lies at your feet.
Gotta grab the ring. I think that's worth a point.
You feel apprehensive. You lift the gold ring from the ground and carefully place it in your pocket.
I'm not entirely sure what the ring is used for.
Count Christopher Ivere, 1175 to 1200.
That's the correct grave, so we're gonna dig here.
You stop digging when your shovel hits something hard. Nervously, you reach down, open the coffin, and look inside. You search through the belongings of the deceased. According to the headstone, they belong to a Count Christopher Ivere. After some tentative searching, you find a parchment. It appears to be the last will and testament of Larman Odnarb, healer. This isn't right. You run your eyes over the parchment. It's dated 1200, the same as the date on the headstone. However, the instructions pertaining to his burial were for Larman to be placed near his family at the church's cemetery. Oh dear.
So now we have to go to the werewolf cemetery. Yep, now we have to do. That's what we have to do. Oh man, that's not good. Okay, now we can leave. Finally. Yeah, it feels like we've been inside the Count's castle for a really long time.
You climb back into the decrepit rowboat, and the shrouded ghoul ferries you back across the lake.
I guess it's sort of like the first part of the game where we were underwater for most of that time. So we were underwater instead of dealing with other people. We were just in this separate area. Part 3, very similar. We spend a lot of time in that separate area, which is the castle. A part 2? I don't know. Oh, hey, check this out. It's a Batman joke. Batman. Well, that's funny. Okay, but seriously, Batman, could you stop? I need to leave. Poor Batman. Yeah. Now I want to see a Batman point-and-click adventure game. Anyway. Yeah, part 2 of the game. We did do a lot. We did stuff in the cave and then inside the town. It wasn't all in the Enchanter's cave up in the air. Although a lot of it was. Okay, so now we're back. Oh, wait. We've got an optional puzzle here. Let's solve this optional puzzle. We need to go back to Grandma's house because it's the Little Red Riding Hood story. Grandma might be replaced by a wolf. If so, we're gonna leave right away. Oh good, she's not a wolf.
You lift the pillow and look beneath it. To your surprise, you discover a small bottle of ointment. A label on the side reads, Wolfbane. Being very careful not to smash it, you take the ointment and put it in your pocket.
Okay, well that's good. Cool. So we're going to use that to get past the wolves. The other way to get past the wolves is just to run away. It's very simple to run away from the wolves on this screen. Just, like, click here and go down. And that avoids the wolves. Simple. Nice and easy.
Your heart beats faster and faster as you push on the handle of the church door. It opens, and you nervously step inside.
So here's the book.
You look over the book. It is a journal written by Lowolf, head monk of the Church of Kalima. Flipping through it, you see a paragraph with a name you recognize.
It's frustrating dealing with Count Kaldor and his ilk.
You turn a few more pages and choose another interesting-looking paragraph.
I'm convinced that he's blinded by his vision for Kalima. I'm a man of patience.
The journal largely contains many entries of similar types and of daily matters of a monk's life. You are about to replace the journal where you found it, but your eye catches a most peculiar passage.
Wonderment in the forest. I met the forest spirits, and they turned me into a werewolf.
The passage ends abruptly. Though there are many pages left to be written on, it is evident that the final passage was written a number of years ago. How strange. You replace the journal, putting it back where you found it.
You can read those things in full if you really want to. I'm not going to. Okay, so the healer's grave is here.
Larman Odnarb.
That's it, so we're gonna dig here.
Digging your... You stop digging when your shovel hits something hard. With bated breath, you open the box. There it is, the tiara. As you retrieve the tiara from its final resting place, you let out a loud, relieved sigh. You feel as if the coming sunrise will be the most glorious sight you will ever behold, considering how close you were to never seeing another again. Now don't delay, you still have to get it back to the castle. You freeze as the wolf's howl sends shivers down your spine. You force yourself to turn and face... nothing. Your anxiety must be causing you to hear things.
Oh no. Seems scary to me. Gotta save my game here. I'm not entirely sure how I'm supposed to use the wolf's bane on the wolves. Maybe I'm just supposed to throw it at them. Alright, getting the wolf's bane ready on my inventory icon here. Ah, there we go.
The wolf does not... The wolf... You can't... The wolf does...
So how does that...
You were once the finest knight in all of Daventry. Just what have you been doing this past year?
Alright, whatever. So how do I use Wolf's Bane on the wolf, then?
The delicate bottle.
If I can't throw it at the wolf... Maybe I'm just supposed... Because I'm pretty sure running away is the bad option here.
You...
Just a second. I'll show you what it looks like if you run away.
Without warning, a wolf darts out of the dark forest and dashes towards you, and this time it's running directly at you.
Like here's running away.
In your haste to flee, you stumble. The delicate wolfbane vial slips out of your pocket and smashes upon the ground. You hope you won't be needing it anytime soon.
Yeah, you lose a point if you do it that way, so clearly that is not the correct solution. Okay, I looked up the solution. This should give you a sense of how bad I am at solving the puzzles sometimes. There are tricky puzzles in this game. So the solution is not to use the wolf's bane on the wolf. You have to use it on yourself. I would have also accepted, like, throwing the meat at the wolf. That seems like that would have been another awesome solution. Right? Right? Okay, so wolf's bane on self.
You rub the wolfbane ointment all over your skin. Sensing the wolfbane ointment on your skin, the wolf quickly turns and flees back into the forest.
Haha! Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, I wonder if there is a solution with the giant thing of meat.
The wolfbane ointment has worn off.
Well, that's not good. I think the wolf only appears on that screen, so we're fine. Yeah. Actually, yeah, I'm pretty sure that the large hunk of meat is used on a different large animal. Not a wolf, but a lion. Maybe. Well, anyway, back to the swamp. We get to have the swamp puzzle again. Yeah, this is definitely a puzzle I wish that we could skip. Like, I solved it once. Just say I've solved it once and solved it forever. Sort of like a similar swamp puzzle in Nancy Drew, Haunting of Castle Malloy.
You read the Bible, spiders earnest with
east,
spindly
west,
8, spin web.
East and west and south. West. South.
You read spiders earnest with spindly 8, spin webs with negligible weight.
East, south, west, west. So east, south. You don't want to walk into this puddle, otherwise you'll die. West. And west. There's the other toxic puddle. Yeah, I've died just by accidentally walking on the toxic puddles.
You read
here.
spiders earnest with spindly 8.
Northwest is the last two. North. And then west. And let me get my blow dart weapon ready, because I'm about to use it on the villain.
Something is wrong here. There is no boat, no boatman, and... no escape. The monk and his pack have tracked you here, and they clearly intend to do nothing less than rip you to pieces. If you're going to do something, now would be a very good time.
Thank you, narrator.
I see you have met the Brotherhood of the Pack.
Where were you?
Detained. A man who had assumed your appearance boarded my boat. When we reached the other side, I perceived the flaws of his disguise and dispatched him instantly. The Count has been wary of the Brotherhood of the Pack for many years now. In obtaining what he asked for and ridding this land of their leader, you have served him doubly well this night.
Honestly, I want to know who impersonated Graham. That's an interesting idea.
The shrouded ghoul paddles across the toxic lake to the shore on the other side. You re-enter the huge wooden doors and quickly make your way to the castle's main dining room. As expected, you find the Count and Countess awaiting you.
You have performed admirably. Not only have you found the tiara I sought, you have rid me and this land of the deceptive and secretive Brotherhood of the Pack. They have committed many atrocities against my family, such as the deaths of our son and daughter-in-law. I have been forced to remain secluded all these years, unable to serve my homeland as I should, to evade their relentless pursuit of wiping out my entire family line.
Is the Brotherhood really gone? Some of those wolves escaped.
The rest of the pack followed the wolves that ambushed you. However, without their leader, they will find themselves as lost in mind as they are now in body, whether human, wolf, or any other form. Their hastened passage through my swamp will not see a return to their den. Of that I can assure you.
You have trapped them all in the swamp? The entire pack?
An endless flight through the mire awaits them. Should my long-stilled heart ever feel pity again, perhaps one day I shall free them.
As you listen to the Count's cold, unforgiving tone, you thank your lucky stars that he no longer sees you as a threat, at least not for the time being.
I release you from my service, dear King. The nearing dawn no longer signifies an uncertain future for you.
Hooray! We did it! We stopped the werewolves, we got the death
You
gem.
take the death gem. Finally, you have all 3 stones in your possession. You feel a pang of anticipation as you realize that all you need to do now is take them to the door of destiny.
And that's it. We're officially done with part 3. Hooray!
The Countess has nothing more to say to you at the moment.
You said you were the former Lord of Kalima?
Yes.
When did you abdicate?
I didn't, as such. When I became what I am now, ruling this realm lost all meaning to me. All that mattered was the well-being of my dearest treasure.
You flatter me.
It is well deserved. All that mattered to me was her safety. I concerned myself with little else.
And now?
I have recently given thought to... But no, it is a foolish notion to entertain. The people would never accept me as I am now.
Your statue in the town still stands. The people obviously hold you in high regard even after all the years of your absence.
Perhaps. However, my concern right now is the safety of my family. I have taken steps to ensure that they are better protected from our enemies.
Alright, so it sounds like he's not going to go back to being the ruler of Kalima, so then who runs things in Kalima?
The Count has nothing more to say to you at the moment.
What is this government situation like? I don't know.
I wish you the best, dear King.
A word of advice, King Graham. Once you have found the lady you seek, protect her with all your strength. Never leave her side, and place no importance above that of her well-being. Give your life for hers if it should ever come to that. Love can last an eternity, but your loved one can be lost in an instant. Heed those words, my king, and farewell.
Like, I imagine the mayor maybe is the one who's in charge of Kalima now. It's only one town. Well, okay, it's a big island, but oh no, Anastasia's gone. Really, it's one town and then one house. Well, two houses. The dwarf has a little house too. But other than that, the island's mostly just the one house. I wonder why the port is so far away. Like, the dock where people land their boats is so far away from the town. It's almost like, you know, that the house was built, the one house was built close to the dock for the sake of whoever's landing there.
You climb back into the decrepit rowboat, and the shrouded ghoul ferries you back across the lake.
Meanwhile, the villains! Yeah, villains are doing stuff. They're not as scary as the werewolf villains, were they? Yeah, the werewolves were more of a threat than the father and Hagatha.
He did what?
Well, it would appear that our Count's loyalty was to be questioned after all. Kaldor has decided to leave us, now that he again has his wife at his side.
No one has ever left my service before.
Yes, Father, it is most regrettable.
It is unthinkable!
Yes, Father, it is quite unthinkable.
It is up to you then, Sister Hagatha.
Yes, Father, it is... pardon?
You will have to deal with it yourself. If Graham dies abroad, the crown will pass to me. And with it, the item will be known to me at long last.
Father, are you sure? It is an ancient legend.
It does exist, and I will find it. Do you hear me, Hagatha? Graham is not to return to Daventry alive.
The swamp seems a bit lighter than the last time you were here, and some of the heavy mist has lifted. Day must be dawning.
I don't know what item the father is looking for, to be honest, and I'm still not sure what this other stuff is that the father's referring to. It's like, nobody's left my service. Well, what is your service? What do you do, sir? I mean, clearly he's got... Well, it's just Hagatha and the Count, right? Those are the only two people I know that worked for him. And, like, what did the Count do? It seems like the Count didn't really do much besides hide in his castle as a vampire for the past 30-something years. Yeah. Okay, so finally, at long last, Hagatha has been ordered to attack Graham. And she'll do it at, like, the very, very end. Yeah, as I've been complaining about. Yeah, I don't think the villain stuff worked. The father seems like a villain from a totally unrelated video game. And I feel like if it was just Hagatha, who, you know, she's evil, and she's the one that trapped the princess in the tower, and doesn't want anybody saving the princess, I feel like that could have been a good enough story. Like, that probably could have worked. But maybe it's just me. Let's see if there's something new in the library. Nobody's in town now. Oh well. Do you have any new books for me to read?
Yes?
Could you recommend another good book?
No.
I'm sorry?
No. You have read every last one of our good books. The only other title you may find vaguely interesting is this one.
The librarian points to the book sitting on her desk. It is entitled The Annual Book of General Knowledge.
Alright, let me check it out.
This book is entitled The Annual Book of General Knowledge. Browsing through it, you notice an interesting excerpt.
Did you know that eating certain types of fish can turn you into a fish? Whoa, and eating a white snake lets you talk to animals? What? What is this? Cookies make good camouflage. I don't know what that is. Okay, so some of these are, like eating a fish. That is a puzzle, which we'll have soon. I don't know this thing about unicorns. Mixing an animal hair in a potion will make it not work, and that is going to be a puzzle as well. Goats attack trolls. That was in the first game. I don't know about wands are like pets. Life is like a box of chocolates. That's a movie reference. Some worlds were created perfectly. Others just need to be fixed. Fairy dust doesn't work forever. A wise man reads the lines in the sand for direction. Oh, we'll also do that too. And then all you need is love. That's a song reference. How strange.
Are you sure there are no more good books?
Yes!
Are you sure there are no more good books?
Yes!
Alright. So that is a puzzle which we can do, is we will take the fish, we will eat the fish, and that will turn us into a fish. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do the other fish solution, which is nice. It's saving the fish. So now to the door of destiny. Hooray. Yeah, basically we can't go around and talk to anybody else. There's nobody else to talk to. And that's kind of sad. I really do wish there were, like, more characters we could hang around and talk to.
You have no reason to go back inside the church.
Oh, okay. Fine. Like, it feels like we should tell somebody, hey, there's nobody running the church anymore. By the way, the church was run by a werewolf, so that wasn't a very good church to be going with anyway. I mean, the Church of the Werewolves. Yeah. Oh. That trap is still disabled. I think this is where the bridge is. Alright. Gonna save my game here. I'm told there's something really weird about the bridge in the original version of the game that people really, really hated. So they changed it here in this version, and they made it kind of a cool puzzle. Check it out.
Oh no! The plank you stepped on was a trap. Your leg passed right through it, and now you are very, very stuck. Try as you might, you cannot dislodge yourself. You hear a noise. Someone or something is approaching you from behind.
You there! Can you... Wait a minute. I know you. You're that thieving little pest who used to reside in Daventry.
Yes. How kind of you to recognize me.
And just what are you doing here in Kalima?
Oh, this and that. At the moment, I'm getting my own back.
I beg your pardon?
Imagine my surprise when, having come home from a hard day's work...
Mugging, you mean?
I find that my treasure had been robbed, and my food stolen.
Are you claiming either were yours to begin with?
I went a bit hungry yesterday, but I'm willing to forgive. I happen to know that you're carrying some most expensive items, including that which you stole from me. I give you a choice. Either you hand over some treasure, or I start cutting. I've already had a go at the ropes on the other side, so should you survive the impact once I have cut both ends here, I doubt the remainder will hold your dangling weight. Oh yes, you could start it by throwing me those lovely gems you're carrying.
So here's the puzzle. We're gonna put the gems in the cloth.
You wrap your gems up tight in the cloth.
And then we're gonna throw them on this side of the bridge.
You fool!
Now, if you want your treasure, then you help me.
Not a chance! I'm not coming anywhere near you!
Fine, then you stay where you are, and the treasure stays over there.
No, we made him mad.
It seems that your ultimatum has caused a conflict of interest for the dwarf. While he does not want to help you, his greed is demanding to be immediately satisfied. Having nothing else to do at present, you muse that kleptomania might be an inherent quality in dwarves in general. Then you notice the fraying ropes on the mountain end of the bridge. They are unraveling. He really did have a go at them earlier.
Oh yeah, now we want to talk to the dwarf. Otherwise, we'll just fall.
Well?
I might just leave you there. Wait until you die, and then come back. You will not be a problem to me when you are dead.
By which time the bridge will have fallen. You have done a good job on those ropes over there.
While muttering something inaudible, the dwarf throws you his knife. You catch it deftly, realizing that whatever you're going to do, you'd better do it fast.
You need to not die.
Even if you had survived that, you now have no means of crossing to the other side. Your destiny is out of reach.
I did not get enough time to actually use the knife. Okay, we'll try again. Good thing I just saved.
Oh no.
Alright,
You
let's get through this scene as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, it's not a scene we can escape.
I give you a...
All we can do is click through the dialogue, because the game really wants us to see
the dwarf. Hand over those...
The game really wants us to see the dwarf walking around.
You wrap your gems.
Alright, throw the gems here. Let him wander around for a bit.
It seems that
Talk to him again. He's gonna throw the knife. Use the knife on this rope.
You begin cutting the exposed
near the leg,
support rope.
near the foot, somewhere there.
What are you doing? You're crazy!
As each rope gives way to your onslaught, you hold on tight and brace yourself for the inevitable. Upon impact, the collision shatters the plank that held your leg in place, and you are again free to move. You also discover that your entire body really hurts now.
Like, really bad. Oh, come on!
You manage to survive crashing into a cliff face, only to forget that you are still in danger.
You gave me like half a second to click on the area to climb up. Oh my gosh, game. Alright, we'll try it again.
Oh no! You hear a noise.
You there! Can you? Wait a minute. I know you. You're that.
Yeah. Let me click through all this dialogue. They
went to-
talked for a while. Sorry.
I give you a choice.
Alrighty.
You wrap your...
Throw the gems there. Let the dwarf run around.
It seems that you're having...
Well?
I might...
While muttering some... You begin cutting the...
rope.
What are you doing?
As each rope...
I've got my mouse in place, so I'm ready to click here, because I need to climb up.
Upon impact, the collision... You've made it to the other side safely. Of course, you have no way of getting back. Not that it concerns you at this point.
You could at least give me back my knife. No!
It serves you right for stealing from Daventry's magic chest.
Villainous. Villainous villain! Alright. So, this is the part of the game where we get a bunch of points, unless I'm mistaken.
You unwrap...
We need to put the gems in the right spots, so it's going to be top left, top right, and bottom.
You feel a rejuvenation...
So, top left, top right, and bottom.
You push the gem firmly into the indentation.
How many points for each one? Ooh, just 3 points for each? Oh, come on! You can give me more points than that. We're getting close to the end of the game. Like, I've got a lot of points now. Haha. Well, it's like getting 10 points for free, about. So, yeah.
growth, death. The cycle of this life is complete, now and forever. Speak, and my purpose is thus fulfilled. My passage to the next world may begin at long last.
Then, if you please, I would bid thee open.
As you wish, but a word of caution. As you enter, know in your heart which destiny you truly desire.
So we have a bunch of options here. If you pick other options, you get sent to other video games. Like Lizard Realm sends you to Leisure Shoot, whatever the name is. Leisure Suit Larry Lounge Lizards. Future Realm is Space Quest. Galactic Realm is Space Quest. Future Realm is a different game of the King's Quest series. Past Realm is the previous game of the King's Quest series. I don't know what Metro Realm is. Sorry. Send you to another video game that's highly stylized. Looks like a cool game. Tower Realm is what we want. It's a game over if you pick one of the bad ones. So we're going to save our game here and see which of the fish solutions is the better one. Which one gives us more points? So 159. I'm at 159 here. We're going to catch a fish in this magical world.
You retrieve the empty net. You don't seem to be able to catch anything at the moment.
Just try again. You'll get it eventually.
You retrieve the empty net. You don't seem to be able to catch anything at the moment.
Maybe I'm fishing in the wrong area. I don't know.
You cast the net into the tranquil sea. Upon retrieving it, you see that you have caught a large golden fish. It falls from the net and flops helplessly on the beach.
Alright, here is the fish murder solution.
You plunge your sword into the writhing fish, instantly killing it. You notice that its flesh is also a bright golden color. Brandishing your sword, the fish is already dead, Graham.
Just wanted to make sure it was dead. Now we're gonna eat it.
You strip a few pieces of the fish's flesh.
And this will turn me into a fish. Very strange.
After eating the fish pieces, you feel a very odd sensation running through your entire body.
And this will take me across the ocean to the island fortress area. Here it is. The island, which has the tower in which Valenice is captured. Graham still doesn't know her name, though, so this is still kind of weird and creepy. So, restore. So that only gave me 1 point. Only 1 point. Let's try the nice solution of not killing the fish. Maybe that gives me more points.
You retrieve the empty net. You don't seem to be able to catch anything at the moment.
To save the fish, you're going to pick it up and then throw it back into the ocean. Alternately, you can pick it up and just hold onto it for like half a minute, and then it dies automatically.
You cast the net into the tranquil sea. Upon retrieving it, you see that you have caught a large golden fish. It falls from the net and flops helplessly on the beach. You grab the flopping fish. Its mouth is wide open and its gills are extended. With great difficulty, you hold the fish as it twists and turns in your hands. You toss the fish back into the tranquil sea.
Oh, it gave me 2 points. Nice. Good solution.
Thank you for not killing me. For your kindness, I will gladly take you across to the other side of this vast sea.
How? Do I jump on the fish?
You carefully lower yourself down the steep embankment and slide onto the fish's scaly back. You hold on tight as the fish swims far out to sea. You slide off the fish's back and clamber onto the sandy shore of a surreal little island.
So I'm gonna walk over here. The southeast corner of the island is the one we want to get to. This one here. We have magic writing.
Some writing has appeared in the sand. It reads,
"It would appear that you, my dear, are here indeed to help me. Walk to this sand and place your hand upon these words, and you'll see."
You can tell Valenice has been trapped inside the tower for a really, really long time because she's had enough time to write poems.
You place your palm upon the words in the sand.
So there are portals in this magic land. It's good because we need a portal to take us back home. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, more
You
writing
notice some
in the
more
sand.
writing in the sand near the portal. It reads,
You may return, but pause to learn a way to flee this cursed place. My end draws near, so hurry, dear, and come swift to me in haste.
So I'm not sure if we need to solve this puzzle, but I think we do.
you hold your finger up.
What we need to do is walk over here.
You hold your finger.
Let's see. Do I look at this writing?
3 symbols are depicted in the sand. Perhaps each one represents an action that must be performed in order to establish an escape route from this strange place.
Alright, we need to look at that item to see it. Alright.
The writing in the...
Okay.
The 2 smaller palm trees aren't really...
So I'm gonna climb this palm tree, climb all the way to the top.
You remove an ample-sized coconut from the bunch growing in the treetop.
Climb down here. Gonna cut it in half with my sword. Oh, I think some items disappeared from my inventory.
Using the sharp blade of your sword, you slice the coconut clean in half.
Fill the coconut with water.
You fill the half coconut with briny water from the magenta sea.
Then use it here.
Some writing has appeared in the sand where the symbols used to be. It reads,
Well done, my dear. You've come so near. A king's quest is soon to end. But if now you go, alone you'd know, our broken path would ne'er mend.
Suddenly, the sand begins swirling again. In place of the poem appears yet another portal.
This is the portal that leads back to Kalima, and we're not going to take it yet because we need to save Valenice, and then we'll go through the portal, right? Right? We've got to do things in order.
You pick up the beautiful stone of quartz.
It's definitely a game over if you try to go through the portal there. Yeah, it's kind of cool that Valenice wrote like these poems to give us hints. Yeah. I wish she had been doing that the whole game, though. Like, the conversation that she has with Graham shortly, he's like, wait, you wrote that writing in the sand? It's like, well, yeah, kind of, it was obvious that it was from her. But, yeah. It's like, wouldn't it be cool if she could have given us hints or helped us the whole time? Would have been a great way for Graham and Valenice to get to know each other. Like, she could be the hint system. This game really does need a hint system. Yeah, so that's just a thought.
As you insert the quartz stone into the hollow, you hear it lock into place.
I don't know how you'd do that. Maybe Graham gets to have a cell phone where he calls her. So we put the quartz into place, and we put the ring we got from Hagatha's on the door as well.
The disc fits perfectly into the outer ring on the door. Suddenly, the statues rumble to life.
The truth you will find for one such as I, for the other can only be mine. These These words will provide you the means to get by. My companion's own shall see you dying.
So, one lion tells the truth, one lion tells lies. You need to figure out which one is which, based on their claim of what the other one says.
If you were to ask my companion if he knows the way through this door, he would answer, no. The first gave birth.
So the truth teller is obviously going to say, yes, I know how to get through the door. The liar is going to say, no, I can't get through the door. But we're being asked about what's the other one's
response. If you were to ask my companion if he knows the way through this door, he would answer, yes. The first carries all manner.
Wait, do I have that backwards? Okay. So the truth teller is going to say one thing. The truth teller is going to say, yes, I get you through the door. The liar is going to say, yes, I'll get you through the door. They're both going to say the same thing there. Now we're talking about what we say about each other. So the liar is going to say, because they both say yes, we know how to. They both say yes, I know how to get you through the door. The liar's going to say, well, no. He says, no, he can't get you through the door because the liar's a liar. The liar's just going to switch it. Whereas the truth teller is going to say, well, he's going to say the truth and say, well, we both say yes. So the one on the right is correct.
If you were to ask
because the one on the right is claiming, hey, this guy's going to say, yes, I could get you through the door, which is a lie. So, one on the right is correct. That's the one. I feel like I explained this puzzle poorly, but yes, it's
if you
this
were
one.
to ask my
That is true. That is
if
true.
he knows the way through
The
this
liar
door,
would say
he would
no
add,
as a
the first
response.
carries all manner of weather. The second gives cause to be burned. The third is shallow, as it can be deep. The fourth, to bear fruit, must be turned.
This in itself is a puzzle.
The thick door is...
Okay, so first is clouds. And then sun gives cause to be burned. Water can be shallow or deep. I don't understand the fourth one, which is a mountain. Mountains must be turned? I don't get that. Sorry. But we got through the door. So that's good. And now we're in the tower. Gotta go all the way up to the top of the tower. Gotta save Princess Valenice, Lady Valenice. Could be like Rapunzel. This definitely feels like the Rapunzel story. So we've got multiple ways to stop the lion. I believe we could just kill the lion. Like this.
With one mighty heave of your sword, you fatally wound the large lion. He slumps to the floor.
And that gave us no points. Aww. Alright, so then let's try again. I think we can use the meat on the lion, maybe?
Hungrily, the lion gulps down the smoked ham in one enormous bite. Seconds later, he falls fast asleep like a helpless kitten.
So that's 1 point. That's good. I think the best option, well, the one that comes with a long talking cutscene, is to use the gem on the lion.
Distancing yourself from the lion as much as possible, you hold the emerald in such a way that the window's light passes through it and shines directly onto his tail. Instantly, something begins to happen.
I cannot tell you how much I appreciate what you just did for me.
You are welcome. Who are you?
At one time, I was Hagatha's suitor, when we were both much younger. Believe it or not, she was quite attractive in her day. But during the course of our relationship, I fell in love with another woman. In a jealous rage, Hagatha transformed me into a lion to guard this door for the rest of my life. I have seen, or rather heard, many a pretty damsel spend the last of her days inside that room. Incidentally, I presume you have found the exit from this strange island?
Yes, but...
Then I shall bid you farewell. It is awfully drafty in here. Strange, I didn't notice that when I was covered in cat hair.
So I'm guessing Hagatha just has kidnapped the most beautiful maiden in the land, or maybe the most eligible maiden in the land, just over and over and over again, and that has shades of the Snow White story.
There is a small pile of cat hair on the ground.
You do need to grab the cat hair in order to proceed.
You scoop the tuft of orange fur into your hand.
We have two different ways of defeating Hagatha. One is to throw the cat hair at her, and then throw the net at her. Alternately, we put the cat hair in the youth vial. I'm not sure which one is better, which one gives us more points. So I'll save my game and try both.
You knock lightly on the door. However, there is no response.
Hello?
You call out to the soul on the other side of the door, but there is no reply. Through it, you can faintly hear light, rhythmic breathing.
Oh, jeez. Alright, okay. We have to open the door by grabbing the bar.
You lift the heavy wooden beam that holds the doors in place.
So here we are at Lady Valeni's last screen of the game.
You softly say some words to the girl, but she does not show any sign of responding. Unfortunately, it only seems like a fairy tale. The maiden doesn't respond to your kiss. Her sleep appears to be somewhat deeper than usual. You suspect a magical influence.
We can't kiss her awake. No, we are going to use the magic gem.
As you hold the emerald over the girl, you realize that the light from the window does not penetrate this part of the room.
Can you use any other items on her, like the necklace?
That will not work, Graham. Firstly, she's in a deep sleep, not in a trance. Secondly, it is not a magical talisman.
It put a snake to sleep, okay? I'm sorry. That is a magical item. Ugh.
That would not help lift the powerful enchantment.
Alright, maybe give her some youth potion.
That would not...
Okay, fine. Ooh, coconut. You want some coconuts?
That would...
No. So here, what we need to do is push the mirror twice. Have to do it twice, not just once.
There is no way...
And now we have light through the window, so we can use this gem.
You hold the emerald between the ray of light and the sleeping maiden. At first, nothing happens. Then she stirs. The radiant light streams through the emerald and dispels the sleeping enchantment instantly.
Hello, Graham.
Hello. I think you have me at a disadvantage, my lady.
Oh, of course. My name is Valenice. I've been watching you.
Watching me? But how?
In my sleep, from the moment you arrived in Kalima.
The lines in the sand. Those were your words?
This is a strange place, filled with much strong magic. Once you arrived, I discovered a way to communicate to you from my sleep. I hope you found my words to be of some aid.
Indeed I did, milady. My heart was warmed greatly when you expressed your longing to see me.
I have come to learn a great deal about you, Graham, of your nobility and bravery. I know why you came here, and how truly deep your feelings are for me. I want you to know that I have come to feel the same way for you.
Something about the way she looks at you speaks 1,000 words. She loves you, Graham. She really loves you.
Aww, they love each other. It's so sweet.
There's no need. Valenice is already awake.
So it's very convenient. Like, imagine if she hadn't been able to follow his quest the whole time and he was a complete stranger. That would be awkward and strange. Let's give her earrings.
There will be time enough for gifts later.
Oh, come on. Let's give her a library card.
Valanice does not want anything from you, except perhaps some commitment.
Perhaps she wants a giant ham. Yeah.
Valanice does not want...
Alright. Youth potion.
A grown woman would make a far more suitable bride than an infant.
Okay, I'll use it on myself.
Curious as to whether the youth potion lives up to its name.
Oh
you
my
drink
gosh.
every last drop of the blue liquid.
Is this a game over? I can't even see anything!
Planning to start your life over? Unfortunately, your fair maiden won't be around by the time you become interested in women again.
Wow. Okay. Fine. Can I eat the ham myself now?
You're not hungry enough to eat an entire...
Alright, so I think what we have to do...
She is even...
is we look
You
at
should
her...
first concentrate on waking the sleeping woman before You should...
Huh. I guess we have to try to kiss her before we can move the mirror.
Unfortunately, you should first...
Okay, do I need to try to talk to her first?
You
Is that
softly
it?
say... You have no time. You should first...
Maybe it's use the emerald on her first.
As you hold the emerald...
Okay. Yeah, it's use the emerald on her, then move her dresser. Very specific order of events, yes. Move the dresser twice.
You hold the emerald...
Hello, Graham.
Hello. I think you have me at a disadvantage, milady.
Oh, of course. My name is Valanice. I've been watching you.
Watching me? But how?
In my sleep, from the moment you arrived in Kalima.
The lines in the sand. Those were your words?
Oh my!
This is a strange place, filled with much strong magic. Once you arrived, I discovered a way to communicate to you from my sleep. I hope you found my words to be of some aid.
Indeed I did, milady. My heart was warmed greatly when you expressed your longing to see me.
I have come to learn a great deal about you, Graham, of your nobility and bravery. I know why you came here, and how truly deep your feelings are for me. I want you to know that I have come to feel the same way for you.
Something about the way she looks at you speaks 1,000 words. She loves you, Graham. She really loves you.
That dialogue just makes me wish that she had been able to send him secret love messages the whole time. Secret messages the whole time, not just when he first landed on the island, not just 5 minutes ago, but the entire game. That would have been cool, and I'm saving here. Alrighty, so I'm going to give her some money.
Valanice does not want...
I'll capture her in a net.
That wouldn't be the most pleasant thing to do to the woman of your dreams.
Alright, okay, so what we need to do here is kiss her.
Even if this is a dream, this moment could not be better.
Uh-oh.
Now, isn't this nice? What a pretty pair. I hope you're enjoying each other's company, since you won't be doing a great deal else for much longer.
The door! Why, you...
Which?
I'm sure it would have rhymed.
Silence. I will not be so spoken to by the likes of you.
Why do you despise her? What has Valanice ever done to you?
She has the attention of men all over the land. Attention that once had all been mine. I won't allow her to take it away from me.
I think you should just allow the two of us to go.
And why would I want to do that?
We would leave your realm together, never to return. Then you would have all the attention you could ever want again.
Nice try, my pretty fly. But you are caught in my web now. And besides, the father would not want you returning and interrupting his search.
The father? Is he one of your male admirers?
You think that the father is one of my admirers? You silly boy. How naive you are not to even realize that the man in charge of your own army is the man who wishes you destroyed.
Okay, so, here we have some puzzles, but I have a lot to say.
With her attention so fixed on you at present, she would eat.
Okay, let's try both solutions. Let's do the cat hair solution first.
Hey!
The cat hair and net solution. So first the cat hair, then the net. If you try something else, like the sword, she catches you. So how many points is that?
Agatha's body is nowhere to be seen. I wonder where she went.
I guess there's no way to skip through this scene. Come on, points? How many points? How many points? Okay, that didn't really give us any points, so I'm at 178 for that solution. Okay, I got 1 point for that. So yeah, interesting conversation, like, okay, I think Valenice has the attention of men all over the kingdom because she's Lady Valenice. Like, she is the leading royal because Count Caldur has been nowhere to be seen forever. So it's like, maybe that's the reason why people care about her, because she's the princess of the realm. And it is also interesting that it's like, wait, the father? Who's the father? Yeah, because Graham has had no idea that the father, this mysterious figure, has been trying to kill him this whole time. This is really the first direct attempt by Hagatha or the father to kill Graham. And this is why I really feel like maybe Hagatha should have just been the main villain of this game instead of introducing father stuff.
Even if this is a dream, this moment could not be better.
Aww.
Now, isn't this nice? What's that pretty?
Alright, let's get through this longish conversation.
The door!
Nice and you, how naive you are.
But this is
not
the important
to even
stuff.
realize
Important.
that the man-
So the father is in charge of the armies there. So the father is a traitor. We put the cat here in the
You push the
potion.
tuft of cat fur into the vial. It quickly dissolves into the blue liquid.
And then we give it to her.
I have something that might interest you. A youth potion. Brewed from a nightingale, no less.
You have it? Well, don't just stand there, you foolish boy. Give it to me. Yes. Yes. This is it. I thought I'd never see it again. At last, I have the finished youth potion in my hands. Look at me. I am so beautiful.
Meow.
No! What have you done to me?
Just giving you a taste of your own medicine.
How could you? I'll never be able to show my face anywhere.
Here we have another puzzle. Yeah, that's why this.
And I have fleas.
That's why this is a better option. Let's see if I can remember the solution. I think we're supposed to like click on the mirror.
How bad is it? Let me see. My eyes.
There we go.
Agatha's body is nowhere to be seen. I wonder where she went.
How odd.
Well, now the two of them are safe from the evil witch Hagatha. That's nice. I like that. So fun fact, I mean, Hagatha says she's evil and ugly and terrible. So guess which picture YouTube wanted as the thumbnail for this puzzle, for the video that covers this puzzle. That's right, it wanted the picture of Cat Hagatha. Yeah, so Agatha, you might think you're ugly, but YouTube thinks you're good looking enough to be the thumbnail, the recommended thumbnail. So I got 179 points out of 185. Pretty good.
Yes.
I beg your pardon?
You were trying.
Oh, no. I was, okay. Ow!
You managed.
Oh, hey, and I got an extra point there, too. Here, but no, oh my gosh. I'm trying to reload. I'm trying to reload. Trying to reload my game. So is there anything else we can do here?
She is even more lovely than she appeared in the mirror. Her long auburn hair graces down her shoulders and back. She has the bluest eyes you've ever seen and soft, creamy skin.
Aww, I can't just leave, can I? I bet the game won't let me, like, walk through the door. I don't even know where the door would be in this case. So let's just try using random items on her. Will she like gifts?
There will be time enough for gifts later.
Give her the handkerchief.
Valenice doesn't have a cold.
Well, that would still be a very nice thing anyway. Coins.
Valenice does not want anything from you, except perhaps some commitment.
Man, I was thinking there would be, like, funny jokes here, but I guess not. Huh. Oh.
This object.
Here's a funny one, I think. If we try to use the ring on her.
This is hardly the most appropriate time to marry the girl, don't you think?
Yeah, why would we marry her? That's ridiculous. That's silly. Why would we marry her? Of course, what we need to do is talk to her about marriage.
Yes.
I beg your pardon?
You were trying to think of the best way to ask me to marry you. As I said, I have seen you in my dreams ever since you arrived in Kalima, and I have come to feel for you the way I know you feel about me. So the answer to your question is yes.
But I haven't asked you yet.
There is a far better question you could ask, such as, where shall we be wed? In your kingdom or mine?
Yours. There is something I must attend to in Daventry that may ruin the occasion otherwise.
Whatever you decide, my dear.
So they're getting married in her kingdom,
You
which
manage
is
to
here.
break open the door. The two of you venture to the smaller island, where the portal still swirls expectantly. As you step through it, you find yourself wondering where it will teleport you.
We seem to be in Agatha's cave.
How did we end up here?
I've no idea.
So that line of dialogue definitely makes me think that, hey, this is Valenice's kingdom. Lady Valenice is the princess of this kingdom. Because he asks, are we going to get married in your kingdom or mine? And it's her kingdom. They're going to get married here in Kalima.
The cauldron's fire does not need further wood at this time, and you aren't really a contender for the Kalima annual caber toss.
Let's see. I think we get more points if we click on this.
Inquisitively, you pick up the glass dome to inspect it more closely.
Oh my gosh.
Astounding. Within the dome's wall of glass is contained the entire island realm, quartz tower and all.
182 points of 185. Oh my gosh. I was kind of a master.
Why ever would you want to take that?
This item denied you of your freedom. It is only right that you may do as you please with it. Or you could accept it as a wedding gift.
Valenice takes the dome from your hand.
I shall keep it as a reminder that, regardless of what transpires from this point on, I have experienced worse.
Alright, so now I'm super curious. I've got to look up which points I missed. What are the 3 points I did not get? Give me a brief moment to check. Okay, I think I figured out what 2 I missed. One of the ones I missed, it's silly. A library book. I didn't read one of the library books. Yeah. And then another one I missed was the birdcage. So let me actually show the birdcage thing. What we're supposed to do is examine the birdcage. So let me solve this puzzle to get the birdcage really, really quickly. There's apparently a hidden letter on the birdcage, which I had no idea was there. So that's 1 point. as well as reading the books. So
As you
there are like 4 books in total, I think, maybe 5. Each one gives you a
turn the
point.
right the power.
Right, so that this puzzle shouldn't take too long. I am curious about this missing point birdcage
As
thing.
you enter the
okay. I'm sorry. Let's see. I'm trying to remember. I grab this. That gives me the key, so then I walk over here, and then I use the key on the birdcage. Oops, I need to walk and then use the key.
You slide the...
Then I use the cloth on the cage.
You silent...
Still can't believe
Without
Agatha can't see you here. That's silly.
You hear Agatha begin it.
The fluid of blood with bone and...
So now I leave, and now I'll examine this birdcage.
The cage still has...
Okay, do I take the cloth out?
You remove...
And now I examine the birdcage.
Looking at the bottom of the cage, you find that a letter has become stuck to it. You peel it off.
So there we go. That was the point I missed. This letter.
The paper is slightly crumpled and dirty, having somehow become stuck to the bottom of a birdcage.
Oh, right. I need to use my hand to read letters.
You read the letter.
My dear sister, it's been such a while since my last letter. I wonder who this is from. So Agatha has a sister? So I'm not sure. Maybe this is a reference to another game in the King's Quest series. That seems to be
The letter puzzles you, but you put it away and continue your quest.
Seems to be my default response to everything. It's like, well, why don't I understand this? Well, okay, fine. It's probably a reference to a different game. Okay, so that was 1 point, and then another point was reading the letter. The first book, the book that was originally on the desk there. I think that was the book I missed, because all I did was ask the librarian to get me
You have run
books.
into an evil enchanter. Get out of here fast before he turns you into something.
Might as well show off this death scene. Oh.
What an enchanting encounter. Enjoy the rest of your life as his pet.
So mean. Alright, so now for the official end of the game. Can I take this as well?
Unfortunately, you are not versed in the skills for operating one of these. There is nothing else inside the cloak.
I guess I can't just take the cloak.
Graham, I don't like this place. Let's leave.
It does feel like we should be able to do more in this cave, like maybe destroy her cauldron so she doesn't do anything evil. Okay,
The
granted, she's dead, so she's not going to cause problems for anybody else. Died like the witch in Rapunzel, just pushed off the top of the tower. So, when I leave the cave, we're going to have a big, long scene, and that should be the end of the game. And wait a minute, Emma... Now I'm sorry. If I get 1 point for reading the letter and 1 point for reading the book, then I have no idea where point 185 comes from. I'm sorry. The only other place I saw that might have been a point was the death gem. If you don't take the death gem from the coffin and climb down, you try to escape the tower without taking the death gem, the point total is a little different. Maybe that's the other point I lost. I don't know.
As you exit the cave, you notice that it is night already. Also, the two of you seem to have some company.
Beautiful night, yes?
Yes, certainly. To what do we owe the, pleasure of your visit?
Why, King Graham, surely you do not still think of me as the enemy? If I had wanted you destroyed, it would have been a simple enough thing to do. No, I have come only to ask a question of you, if I may.
Of course. And what would this question be?
I wish to know Have either of you ever seen a wedding ceremony performed and orchestrated by a highly experienced and rather exceptional mage?
Not really.
I cannot say that I...
Well then, prepare yourselves. I promise you both that this will be a night to remember.
And now they get married by the Count. Hooray!
People of Colima, it is my desire to be reinstated as your custodian and protector, if you will still have me.
The crowd is silent. Then a murmur. It grows until finally everybody cheers in agreement and support.
Very well. Therefore, with the power and authority you have reinvested in me, I wish to conduct the ceremony of these two deserving people who have chosen to join together in marriage. Behold!
Wow, the castle looks really nice now.
King Graham of Daventry, do you take this woman to be your lawfully wedded wife, to love and to hold, for richer or poorer, in sickness and in health, as long as you both shall live?
I do.
Lady Valenice, do you take this man to be your lawfully wedded husband, to love and to hold, for richer or poorer, in sickness and in health, as long as you both shall live?
I do.
Do you have a wedding band?
Yes, it is a gift from Anastasia's parents.
So that's the first time she's been called Lady Valenice, unless I'm mistaken.
I now pronounce you husband and wife. I think you know what comes next.
The crowd's jubilance reaches a new height. The people of Colima seem only too eager to rejoice in your newfound happiness.
I cannot thank you enough for your service to me in ensuring the safety of my family. Without the Brotherhood's moral decadence of old, the people of Colima can finally move forward.
And I will not forget the chance you have given my husband and I to spend an eternity together.
Your kindness will always be remembered.
Your valor and bravery shall echo in the Mer people's songs for ages to come.
The legacy of your homeland lives on, due to your exemplary honor.
Now, King Graham, it is time for you to take your bride to her new home.
But my ship, my crew...
I have sent them home already. By now, they will have notified everyone of your imminent arrival.
Imminent arrival?
Trust me.
He is a magician.
Good luck, Graham.
I wish you all the best, both of you.
Give my regards to the father.
A vampire magician. That's kind of scary. Okay, Hagatha told us this guy was
As the
secretly a
vapor
villain.
subsides, a deafening roar erupts from the audience. All have come to bear witness to your return and the coronation of your new bride.
Welcome back, Your Majesty. And may I say, never have I seen a more beautiful and stunning bride than the one you have returned with. I trust you found your journey through Colima void of peril or incident.
Hagatha told me of your treachery. Who are you? Why do you call yourself the Father? What are you searching for?
You need only know this. You would do best not to treat one like I in such a manner.
I must, with much regret, inform you all of a great treachery in our fair land. This man, he who has sworn loyalty to Daventry and its crown, is a traitor. He has conspired to have me slain away from home with the intention of pursuing his own insidious ambitions here. Guards, seize him!
You have made a terrible mistake, you know.
Guard, halt! Stand back!
Prepare to fight for your life, are you? And with an old fool's sword. Be warned. You do not know who you are facing. Your ignorance shall destroy you. On guard!
They have an epic sword fight at the end of the game. Oh man, we're defeating the father! Woo! He was in disguise as the guy from the opening cutscene this whole time.
It is over.
I think not.
Thrice now I curse, and from the first, your family shall feel the worst. Soon shall you see they'll surely be in the most dire jeopardy. Then as your foe, 'tis I who will sow the spell to cause your heart to slow. And for my shame, for you the same, over Daventry your heir shall reign.
Who was that man?
I don't know, but I will find out someday. I swear it.
Listen, we will deal with any curses as we find them, or as they find us. Come, you must show me around your kingdom. I wish to become accustomed with the realm in which we will be raising our children.
What about your coronation?
Later.
Yeah. Hooray! So that was King's Quest 2, Romance in the Stones. Thanks for watching this very, very long video where I played through the entire game. Almost got all the points. Kinda sad I didn't get all the points. Oh well. Yeah, that ending just leaves me kinda disappointed, because I still don't know who the father is or what the father was doing, or why the father wants Graham killed. Apparently the father just wanted Graham killed so he could be the leader. And for whatever reason, he thought that Graham needed to be killed in Kalima, you know, in a different country, rather than having Graham killed in Daventry. I guess that makes some sense, but as I've complained a lot, there really weren't a whole lot of, attempts to kill Graham. Like, Graham met lots and lots of dangers, but not really at the hands of, at the father. Not really.
When I saw you, I knew it was true. There's a love between us won't be torn in two. Once waked from sleep, a smile and speak will open a door forevermore. Fates unknown, so rarely shown. Together you and I will see it ever sown. When you saw me, the truth you would see, that your heart could feel its emptiness leave. Thoughts are laid down, lines in the sand. It's happened
powerful love ballad during the end credits. I like that. It's cool.
Soon we shall pair our lives true and fair. Nothing will divide us, apart will be there. As the wings of destiny brings, the future draws near. Hold tight, my
Yeah, alright, fantastic. I've also played the first King's Quest game. You can watch my walkthrough for that. Yay.
You scored less than 185 points. We encourage you to play again and try for the top score. Thanks for playing. We hope you enjoyed King's Quest II, Romancing the Stones.
Like, I don't think I don't know what the ending would be if I got all the scores, all the points. I'm not gonna try again. This game is long enough. So, thank you very much for watching. Check out my walkthrough for King's Quest 1 if you want. Also, I played King's Quest 7, and I'm pretty sure you can check out my walkthrough for this game too. I did like 20-minute videos for this game. That was my first time playing the game and made a lot of mistakes, but some people really think that's super funny and hilarious. So, thanks again. Goodbye. Have a nice royal day.